The stool was the hard part. Everything else about breaking into the most heavily guarded bedroom in the world had gone fine. 2 walls, 1 roof, 4 patrols, a courtyard with gravel in it that I crossed by stepping on the flat stones like a frog. Nobody looks up. Nobody looks down either. Nobody, and I cannot stress this enough, looks for a 5-year-old. But the bed was high, the man in it was tall, and my arms were the arms of a kid who still needed help reaching a water dipper. So I found a lacquered stool by the window, and I dragged it across the floor of the imperial bedchamber 1 squeaky inch at a time, and I climbed up on it. Because I had come here to slap the first emperor of China across the face, and I was not going to do it badly. Let me get the introductions out of the way fast, because the man was already stirring. I used to be a guy, a normal one. Then I wasn't, and then I was here, 5.5 years old, in a body that came with a name, Liu Mingxuan, and a village, and a mother who coughed into her sleeve and hid the sleeve. The village was called Julong. It had 11 houses and a well that tasted like a coin. My mother was 23 and looked 40. She wove hemp until her fingers split, and when the split fingers bled on the hemp, she cut that part out and started again, because ruined cloth doesn't feed anybody. And her son's father, the man whose face I was currently measuring like a carpenter, was Qin Hao, the first emperor, the ruler of everything under heaven. He had met her, he had liked her, and then he had gone back to running the world and never sent so much as a sack of millet. She never said his name out loud, not once in 5 years. I only found out because a jade pendant fell out of a box during a flood, and I asked the wrong question at the right time. So, the stool, the face, and in my head, the thing that had been living there since the day I woke up in this body, chiming like a delivery driver who wants a signature. The system wanted me to slap him, twice, left cheek, then right cheek, in that order, for reasons it declined to explain. Payment on completion. Let me level with you here. I did not do this for the reward. Let me say I weighed the historical consequences and the political ramifications, and the fact that this man had personally invented the concept of killing your entire family as an administrative procedure. I didn't. I looked at that sleeping face, and I thought about a woman cutting blood out of hemp, and my hand moved on its own. The sound it made was outstanding. His eyes came open on the first one, so the second one, honestly, was even better, because he saw it coming, and there was nothing in his enormous brain that could process what was happening fast enough to stop it. "Congratulations," said the system, in the tone of a man reading a grocery list. 2 marrow-cleansing pills, delivered directly into my sleeve. Cures any illness. Rebuilds the body from the bones out. 2. 1 for her. And 1 for the man now sitting bolt upright in bed with a 5-year-old standing on a stool in front of him, breathing hard, hands still up. He didn't shout for the guards. That surprised me. He didn't even move toward the sword. He just looked at me the way you look at a wall that has started talking, and then he reached out with one hand and lifted me off the stool by the front of my shirt like I was a kitten he had found in a granary. "Who," he said very quietly, "sent you?" Understand something about this man's voice. It was not loud. It was the opposite of loud. It was the voice of somebody who has never once in his life had to repeat himself, and who has arranged the world so that he never will. "Nobody sent me," I said. "I walked." "You walked." 40 li, since yesterday morning. My feet are extremely unhappy with both of us. He shook me a little, testing whether I'd rattle. And that's when the pendant came out of my collar and swung, and the whole night changed direction. It was a small thing, green, cracked at one edge, a dragon carved on it so worn you had to know it was a dragon to see it. He stopped shaking me. His hand came up and caught the jade and turned it over, and his thumb found the crack, and I watched 40 years of a man's face fall off all at once. "Where did you get this?" "My mother." "Your mother's name?" "Mei Lin, of Julong village." "You wouldn't have written it down." He set me down on the bed, gently. He did it so carefully that I understood in that exact second that the slaps were never going to be the thing he remembered about tonight. "She is alive," he said. It was not a question, and it was not a hope. It was a man checking whether the floor was still there. For now. That got his eyes back on me, hard. "She coughs blood," I said. "She's been coughing blood since spring. She weaves so I can eat, and she eats what's left, and lately there isn't any left. She's 23. Do you want to know what she looks like at 23? I could describe it. I've been looking at it my whole life." Nobody had talked to him like that in 3 decades. I could see him trying to find the correct response in a filing system that contained only 3 options, all of them fatal. He landed somewhere else entirely. Why did you strike me? Because I could reach. There was a very long pause. You are my son, he said. Congratulations. The bar was on the floor, and you tripped over it. He asked me my name. I told him. Liu Mingxuan, which my mother had picked out of nothing in a village with no scholar in it, and which he repeated once, quietly, like a man checking the fit of a coat. Now, here is where I made my actual move, because a slap is a slap, but a slap is not a plan. And I had exactly 1 window, and I was standing in it. I told him how he was going to die. I told him about the pills, the ones his alchemists were feeding him, the beautiful shining ones with the cinnabar in them, the ones that gave him the headaches he thought were from overwork. I told him mercury doesn't leave. It stacks. It gets in the marrow and it sits there, and it eats the man from inside while he signs paperwork. I told him where. Sand Dune Palace, on the Eastern Tour, in the heat, in a cart. I told him about the fish. They packed the cart with salted fish so nobody would smell what was in it, and they drove his body home for a month while the empire waited for a decree. I told him who. The eunuch he trusted with his seal, the chancellor he trusted with his empire. A forged edict, a knife sent to his eldest son with a polite note attached, and then his 9th son on the throne. And then every other one of his children put in the ground within 2 years. Sons, daughters, the ones too young to spell their own names. I did not raise my voice. I did not decorate it. I just laid it on the blanket in front of him, like a man dealing cards, one at a time, and I watched the color go out of his face. You are 5 years old, he said finally. I'm aware. I have to stand on furniture to hit people. It's humiliating. Then how? A ghost told me, I said. You can pick whichever ghost you like. Here's the part that matters. And I put the pill in his hand. He looked at it. A small, dull thing, no shine to it at all. Nothing like the beautiful mercury candies his alchemists were killing him with. That was the whole argument, right there, and he was smart enough to see it in about 2 seconds. If this is poison, he said, you will not die well. If it's poison, you'll be dead in a month anyway, and I'll have saved you 30 days of headaches. Eat it. He ate it. For about 10 breaths, nothing. Then he made a sound like a man who has been punched from the inside, and he went down on the bed, and black came out of him. It came out of his pores. It came out of his back and his arms, and it soaked through imperial silk, and it stank like a smithy floor. And I sat there cross-legged next to the most powerful man alive while he sweated out 4 years of slow murder. And I did not call for help. Because help was the last thing that man needed, and possibly the thing that would have killed him. When it stopped, he lay there a long time. Then he sat up, and he raised one hand in front of his own face and turned it over and looked at it. And I watched a man discover that he had forgotten what it felt like to not be in pain. How old am I? He said. 49. I feel 30. You're welcome. Now let's go kill your eunuch. That got a laugh out of him, an actual one, short and ugly and startled, like something that hadn't been used in a while. Because there was a problem, and we both saw it. I could name Han Wu. Naming him wasn't proof. You cannot execute the keeper of the imperial seal because a village child had a dream. And if you try, every official in the empire learns that the emperor has started listening to children. And then you have a very different set of problems. We needed him to say it himself. So we killed the emperor. Not really. Obviously not really. But by the time the sun was properly up, the palace at Yunyang had a dead ruler in it. Word went out that His Majesty had collapsed in the night. The doctors came and went, with their faces arranged. The screens went up around the bed, the lamps were lit low, and behind the screen, flat on his back and doing the finest work of his life, lay a man who had spent 30 years being the scariest person in any room and who turned out to have real range. I hid under the bed. 5 years old has exactly one professional advantage, and I was going to use it. Han Wu came in and cried. Let me be fair to him. It was good crying. It had texture. He got down on the floor and put his forehead on the boards, and he sobbed about the mountains and rivers and the burden of the 10,000 generations, and if I hadn't known what I knew, I would have been moved. Then the door shut, and the crying turned off like someone had pinched a wick. He stood up. He wiped his face with his sleeve, thoughtfully, the way you wipe a table, and he said to the empty room, "Bring the 9th prince." The 9th prince arrived at a jog. And then, 3 feet above my head, 2 men had the most incriminating conversation in Chinese history, while I lay in the dust with my hand over my own mouth. The seal was in the western chamber. The edict to the eldest son would go out tonight, sealed properly, ordering him to do the honorable thing with a sword. The general commanding the northern army would receive a second letter. Chen Jun would grieve very publicly for a month and then accept the throne with enormous reluctance. "And the tour?" said Chen Jun. "We continue it," said Han Wu. "The cart is already loaded. We will need fish." Reader, I laughed. I did not mean to laugh. I had one job, which was to be a piece of luggage, and I blew it, because that man said the word fish out loud, and I could not hold it. It came out of me as a snort, muffled, wet, and completely audible. The room went silent. And then the dead emperor of the Qin sat up behind the screen. I have seen a lot of things in 2 lives. I have never seen a human being change shape like Han Wu did in that half-second. He didn't scream. He went down. Straight down, boneless, forehead on the floor. And he started talking before he had finished falling, and every word of it was a lie so fast and so smooth that I actually admired it while it was happening. It didn't matter. The emperor had heard it himself. That was the entire point. Nobody had to believe a child. Han Wu's execution took place before noon. His family went with him, and I'm not going to walk you through that part because I was there for the sentence and not for the rest of it, and because there is nothing in it worth the words. Chen Jun got exile. His father looked at him for a long moment before he said it, and I think the boy had genuinely expected worse, and I think he was right to. Afterward, the emperor came and found me sitting on the steps outside, kicking my heels against the stone. "You saved my life," he said. "I saved your children's lives. Yours was on the way. You are angry with me. I'm 5. I don't have the vocabulary for how angry I am with you." He sat down next to me on the steps. The ruler of everything under heaven, on a step, in the sun, next to a kid with dirty feet. "Then let us go and see your mother," he said. We rode out at dawn. Him, me, 100 cavalry, and 2 ministers who had not slept in 2 days, and we did 40 li in a morning that had taken me the better part of a day and a night on foot. Picture what the village saw. 11 houses, a well that tasted like a coin, and over the hill comes a column of black armor with dragon banners on it, and it stops in front of the worst house in the settlement, and the man who gets down off the lead horse is the one whose face is on the coins. My mother came out because of the noise. She had the door frame in one hand. She looked at the banners, and then she looked at Qin Hao, and I watched her put together a sum she had spent 5 years refusing to do. Then her knees went. She was down before anyone could get to her, and there was blood on her mouth, and she was so light when I got my arms around her that I understood for the first time exactly how bad it had gotten, because she weighed nothing. She weighed like a bundle of the hemp she wove. The emperor of the Qin got there half a step behind me, and went down on one knee in the dirt of a village he had never heard of, and I have never seen a man so completely without a plan. I put the second pill in her mouth myself. It took longer with her than it had with him. He had been poisoned. She had just been used up. But the black came, and the shaking came, and then it passed, and her breathing changed in my hands, and went from that wet, dragging thing to something quiet and deep and ordinary. She slept for 6 hours. When she woke up, she sat up on her own, which she had not done unassisted since the previous winter, and the first thing she said was that the water needed carrying. The second thing she said, when she finally looked at the man standing at the foot of the bed with his hands hanging at his sides, was nothing at all. She just looked at him, for a long time. He deserved every second of it. I went outside so they could have the room. I sat on the step of my own house, in my own village, and I was extremely pleased with myself for approximately 4 minutes, and then the system chimed. 20 gold. In 1 day. Starting now. 20 gold in Great Qin, in a village where the annual output of the entire settlement was measured in sacks. 20 gold was a mansion in Shenyang, with staff. There were grown men inside that house right now, marquises, generals, men with cities named after their victories, who did not carry 20 gold on their person. And out in the yard, half of them were standing around watching the peasants plow, which, as it happens, was the single most expensive mistake any of them made that year. Here is the thing about the plow they were using. It was a straight beam, one long piece of wood with a share on the end, and to turn it at the end of a furrow, you had to stop, back the ox, lift the whole assembly, and swing it. And it took 2 men. It was the plow their grandfathers had used, and their grandfathers' grandfathers, and nobody had improved it since, because when a tool is old enough, people stop seeing it as a tool and start seeing it as weather. I came out of the house and stood next to Li Tong, the marquis, a man built like a door, and I watched 2 farmers wrestle that thing around for a while. "That's stupid," I said. "That is farming," said Li Tong. "Then farming's stupid. Bend the beam." He looked down at me. Beside him, Sun Kai, the junior tutor, a lean man with a face like a ledger, made the mistake of getting interested. "Bend it," Sun Kai said. "Curve the beam and shorten it. Put the share on a pivot. 1 man, 1 ox, and you turn at the end of the row without stopping." I drew it in the dirt with a stick. It took me maybe 40 seconds. Half the wood, half the men, twice the land in a day. They both stared at the dirt. Then Li Tong laughed at me, genuinely, hugely, from the belly, the laugh of a man who has personally taken walled cities and is now being lectured about agriculture by something the size of a stool. So I bet him. I said, "If the village carpenter can build that in an afternoon, and if it works, you each give me 10 gold, and you carry me around the yard on your back, like a horse, with noises." Sun Kai said, "And if it doesn't work?" I said, "Then I'll give you a mirror." I had them at mirror. I hadn't even shown it to them yet. In Great Qin, a mirror was a disc of polished bronze that showed you a smeared orange ghost of yourself, and I had described, in about a dozen words, a piece of glass that shows you your own face. Li Tong stopped laughing. Sun Kai got a look I would come to know very well over the next 2 years. The look of a man doing arithmetic he doesn't want anybody to see him doing. The carpenter built it in an afternoon. It worked in about 4 seconds. The first farmer took it down the row and hit the end and turned it with 1 hand, alone, without stopping. And then he stood there holding it and looking back at the furrow like the ground had insulted him. I collected 20 gold before sundown, and then I collected the rest, which was better because a marquis of the Qin got down on his hands and knees in a village yard and carried the emperor's son around in a circle, and when I said, "Do the noises," he did the noises, and half the imperial cavalry watched, and not one of them was ever going to be able to unsee it. The system paid out on the 20 gold immediately. Paper-making. Not the recipe as a scroll, either. Just there, in my head, the whole process. Bark and hemp and ash water and screens, the way you know how to tie your own shoes. I sat on the step that night, and I did the sums. And the sums were so large they stopped meaning anything. Every book in the empire was strips of bamboo tied with cord. A single memorial to the throne weighed as much as a child. Officials moved documents in carts. I had just been handed the ability to make that weigh nothing. The emperor came out onto the step. He had been in there most of the day. He sat down without saying anything for a while, and then he said, "The mirror." "What about it?" "I want it." Of course he did. Everybody wants it. There is no man so powerful that a piece of glass that shows him his own face doesn't get him. "It's not for sale," I said. "I am the emperor. And I'm the one holding the mirror. This is what we in the trade call leverage." He breathed out through his nose. It was becoming his primary form of communication with me. "Name your price." Now, this is the moment where every other kid in this story asks for a title or a palace or a province. "I want a partner," I said. He turned his head. "I'm going to be making things," I said. "A lot of things. Paper first, and after paper about a dozen more, and every single one of them is going to make somebody in your court extremely rich and extremely angry. Usually the same somebody. I can't sign anything. I'm 5. Nobody in Xianyang is going to shake hands with a person who has to be lifted onto a chair. You want a family. I want an alliance. On paper, sealed, with a house that has soldiers in it and a name that scares people, so that when I say something in that city, there is somebody standing behind me who isn't you. I jerked my chin toward the yard. His. Li Tong, 20 feet away, went very still. My family, said Li Tong carefully, is honored, but I have no son of an age to. Not a son, you have a daughter. There was a silence of a particular quality. Li Hua, said Sun Kai, and there was something in the way he said it that I did not have the context to understand yet. She's 8, said Li Tong, and I'm 5, and neither of us is signing a treaty of anything, so relax. What I want is a contract between our two houses, joint holdings, shared risk, and on our side, since neither of us is old enough to be taken seriously by a single adult in that entire city, the two of us hold it together, and we do it in writing. I shrugged. She keeps her half, I keep mine, nobody kisses anybody, it's a business. Li Tong opened his mouth, closed it, looked at his emperor. His emperor was looking at me with an expression I would spend the next 2 years learning to read, and which at that particular moment meant, what in the name of heaven have I fathered? Done, said the emperor. Excellent. I hopped off the step. One more thing. Of course there is. She lives here, in a house with holes in it, with a well that tastes like a coin. I pointed back through the doorway. She's coming to Shenyang, not as a guest, not quietly. She walks through the gate in daylight where people can see her, and every single person who has ever known she existed and said nothing gets to watch. He didn't answer right away. Then he stood up off the step, and he was very tall again, and he said, Yes. Say it properly. She comes home, he said. We left in the morning, 11 houses behind us and a road in front, and my mother in a carriage that had jade on the door handles, sitting very straight with her hands in her lap, wearing the only good thing she owned. I sat across from her with 20 gold in a bag, a head full of paper, and a contract I hadn't shown to an 8-year-old girl yet. That last one was going to be a problem. I just didn't know how much of one. 3 days out from Yunyang, one of the cavalry horses went lame, and they killed it. I mean, they were going to. That was the procedure. A war horse that can't march is a war horse that eats, so you take it off the road, and you make it quick, and you don't discuss it. And the trooper who had ridden that animal for 6 years stood there with his jaw set, doing an extremely bad job of not caring. I made them stop and show me the hoof. It was split, worn through at the wall and cracked up into the quick, and the cracks were full of grit, and the whole edge of it was ragged, like the lip of a broken bowl. 800 li of stone road will do that. It had done it to 2 other horses that week, and nobody had thought about it twice, because horses have hooves, hooves wear out, that's weather. Why don't you put shoes on them, I said. Every man in earshot turned around. Li Tong crouched down beside me, and to his credit, he did not laugh this time. He had learned. Shoes. Iron, a curved plate the shape of the hoof wall, 8 nails. You nail it into the wall of the hoof, not the middle. The wall is dead, the way your fingernail is dead. The animal doesn't feel it. I was already looking around for something to draw on. Then the iron takes the road, and the hoof doesn't. You nail iron, said Li Tong, to a horse. To the part that's already dead, give me something flat. Somebody handed me a wax board. I gave it back, because I had 4 sheets in my bundle. I had made them myself in the village, at the well, in a pot, with bark and lime and a screen of split bamboo, mostly to prove to myself I hadn't imagined the whole thing. They were thick and slightly gray, and one of them had a leaf in it. They were the ugliest paper that has ever been made by human hands. I laid one on a flat rock, and I drew the shoe on it with a stick of charcoal wrapped in string in front of a dozen officers of the Qin army. Nobody looked at the drawing. They looked at what I was drawing on. What, said Sun Kai, is that? It's paper. That is not silk. No, that is not bamboo. Correct. What does it cost? Sun Kai. Every single time. The man could not help himself, and I loved him for it, because in a court full of people who wanted to know what a thing meant, he was the only one who reliably wanted to know what it cost, and that made him the easiest man in Great Qin to steer. Bark, I said. Straw, rag, ash, water. He went a strange color. Meanwhile, the farrier work got done, because the emperor said do it, and by evening 2 smiths had beaten out 8 plates, and a trooper was holding his horse's head and saying nonsense to it while a man nailed metal onto its foot. The horse objected on general principle for a few seconds, and then walked, and then trotted, and then the trooper turned around with his mouth open. They shod the lame one last. It walked out of camp the next morning under its own rider, And that trooper found me at the water barrel and didn't say anything. He just put his fist to his chest. And I have been given a lot of things in 2 lives, and not many of them landed like that. Then, the same evening, I gave the entire Imperial Cabinet a stack of my ugly gray paper and told them what else it was for. I need to explain the state of the art. What they used in the year in question, in the greatest empire on Earth, was a small, flat stick. You scraped. That was the technology. Men who commanded 100,000 troops went behind a tree with a piece of wood. So I cut a sheet into squares, and I handed them out, and I explained, in front of the fire, in clear, plain language, exactly what to do with them. And I watched the most decorated military men of the age receive this information with the expressions of people being read a will. Li Tong tested it first. Li Tong tested everything first. That was his whole personality. The man would put his hand in a fire to see if fire was hot. He came back out of the trees moving slowly, like a man carrying something full. He stood at the edge of the firelight. He looked at the squares in his other hand. He looked at me. "How much," he said hoarsely, "of this can you make? How much do you want?" He didn't answer. He turned around and went back into the trees. Then Sun Kai got up, casually, stretching, as though he had just remembered something in the baggage. Then Zhou Fang. Then 2 colonels. Then, after a pause of about the length required for dignity to lose an argument with curiosity, the Emperor of the Qin. I sat by the fire alone for a quarter of an hour and listened to the most powerful men in the world rustling around in a wood. It was one of the great nights of my life. Li Tong was the last one back, and he came back wrong. Let me be careful here. Everybody else returned looking like a man who had been shown a door he did not know was in the wall. Li Tong came back gray. He sat down. He picked up his bowl. He put it down again without eating anything. "Marquis," said Sun Kai, who was in an excellent mood, "you appear troubled." Li Tong said nothing. "Was the paper unsatisfactory?" "The paper," said Li Tong with enormous care, "was correct." And then he told us, because he had to tell somebody, that he had used it 3 times in a row, and that the 3rd time he had understood something about the previous 41 years of his life that he was not going to recover from. That is a direct quote. He said 41 years. He had done the sum out there in the dark, on his own, sitting on a log. So I gave them the list. I said there are 4 great sorrows in the life of a man, and I counted them off, because in my other life, this was a joke old enough to have grandchildren, and in this camp it had never once been said out loud. To reach the river and find the boat gone. To reach the inn and find the last bed taken. To reach the woods and find you have no paper. And to have the paper, and to have used it, and to look at your entire life before this evening and understand what you have been doing. There was a silence of about 2 seconds. Then Zhou Fang laughed so hard he had to put his head down between his knees, and once Zhou Fang went, the whole fire went, and Li Tong sat in the middle of it going a slow, deep red and refusing to make any sound at all. It got worse. Sun Kai asked, with the precision of a man auditing a granary, whether the Marquis's discovery had been sudden or gradual. Li Tong said he would not be discussing it. Zhou Fang asked whether the Marquis wished to submit a formal report. Li Tong said he would not be discussing it. The Emperor of Great Qin, who had been quiet for a while, said, in his flattest and most administrative voice, that in view of the strategic importance of the discovery, he was inclined to think the Marquis should be commended. Li Tong got up and walked off into the dark. He came back a few minutes later because his bowl was still by the fire and he had not eaten, and he sat down in exactly the same place, and nobody said one word, and every single man there was shaking. Let me record that Li Tong carried that for 2 years. It became the thing you said to him when he got proud about something. Zhou Fang could end an argument in open court by clearing his throat and saying the word, woods. And he did it at least 4 times, and the second time he did it, a minister of state had to be helped out of the hall. And I'll set down the other half, which is that 8 months later, when the mill was running, the first standing order that came into it from any part of the government of Great Qin was not for the ministries. It was from the office of the Marquis of Tongwu, for the northern garrisons. Every man, monthly, as a supply item, listed by its own name in the quartermaster's schedule. He never mentioned it to me. I found it in the ledger. That is who he was. He would take 2 years of being laughed at over a fire, and he would quietly put it on the establishment for 60,000 men who were never going to know where it came from. The next day I cooked because somebody had to, and because the food situation in that column was a war crime. They ate boiled millet every meal. boiled millet with salt, and if it was a special occasion, boiled millet with salt and a piece of dried meat in it that had the texture of a sandal. Great Qin had beef, mutton, fish, 5 kinds of grain, and a river full of carp, and its ruling class ate wet gray paste twice a day because that is what their fathers had eaten, and food, like plows and hooves, had stopped being a thing anybody looked at. We were camped by a river. I took a boy from the baggage train and we pulled 2 carp out of it in about half an hour, and then I went looking for something to cook them on. The emperor's sword was leaning against a tree. It was called Lu Lu. It was 500 years old. It had a name because things like that have names, and it had been carried by kings, and there were poems about it. And the man who owned it had personally used it to end a state. It was also the only piece of flat, clean metal in the camp. I split the fish, salted them, laid them along the blade, and put the whole thing across 2 rocks over the coals. The screaming started about 4 minutes later. There were 3 separate attempts to physically remove me from the fire, and all 3 of them stopped short because none of those men were actually willing to lay hands on the emperor's son. And by the time the emperor himself arrived at a dead run, the fish had begun to smell. He stopped. You have to understand, they had never smelled bad. Salt and river fish and hot iron and the fat starting to go. He had eaten boiled millet in a tent 1,000 times, and the wind changed and something happened to his face. "That is Lu Lu," he said. "It's a griddle with a handle. It ended the state of chew. And now it's ending the state of me being hungry. Sit down." He sat down. We ate carp off a legendary sword with our fingers, and nobody said anything for a while, and then Li Tong said, quietly, like a man confessing, that he had not known fish tasted like that. I said, "Fish doesn't taste like that. Fire tastes like that." And then I put the potatoes in. I had 4 of them. 4. I had grown them behind the house in Julong out of a system reward, and I had carried them 800 li in a cloth bag. And they were the 4 most valuable objects in the empire, and every man at that fire thought they were rocks. I buried them in the coals and left them. Half an hour later, I raked them out and split one open, and the smell came out of it. And the emperor of Great Qin reached across and took it off me and ate it. All of it, without asking, skin included. He was still chewing when I told him what it was. "That was seed," I said. He stopped chewing. "1 of those, planted, becomes about 8. 8 becomes 60. You put them in ground that won't grow wheat, sand, hillsides, the bad northern fields you write off every year." I let that sit for a second. 5,000 caddies from a mu of land. Wheat gives you 300. There was no sound at that fire at all except the coals. "Say it again," said Sun Kai. 5,000 caddies, per mu. Wheat gives 300. On a good year, with rain. Sun Kai stood up. He walked in a small circle. He came back and sat down. His hands were not steady, and this was a man who audited the treasury of an empire. "There are 3 left," I said helpfully. "I will buy them." "They're not for sale." "I will buy them," said Sun Kai, "with my house." You should know I didn't push him into it. I had a whole speech prepared, and I didn't get to use 1 word of it because he got there on his own in under a minute. His mansion in Shenyang deeded against the 3 remaining potatoes and a share of the first harvest. He wrote it on my ugly gray paper with charcoal, and he pressed his thumb in it, and Li Tong and Zhou Fang witnessed it. And the emperor watched the entire transaction happen and did not say 1 single word to stop it because he had already eaten the evidence. Later that night, in the tent, he asked me for the paper, not to buy. He asked me to give the process to the throne. He did it directly, which I respected, and he told me why, which I respected more. Every order he gave moved at the speed of a cart full of bamboo. Every report from a border came in a box 2 men had to lift. He had unified the writing, the roads, the axle widths, and the coinage of the entire world, and his own words still traveled at the pace of a mule. "Take it," I said. He looked at me sideways. "Without a price." "Oh, there's a price, just not one you'll mind." I ticked it off. "I run it, not the ministry, me. The workers get paid in coin, on time, and they get their names in a register, and the man who runs the floor for me gets the salary of a county magistrate whether or not the court thinks a craftsman is allowed to earn that. That is not how a workshop is staffed. That's why your workshops are bad." He was quiet. "Yes," he said, and then he attempted to arrange the sleeping situation in that tent so that a certain woman and a certain emperor were in it and a certain 5-year-old was somewhere else. And I would like to state for the record that he made the attempt with all the subtlety of a man moving furniture in the dark. I lay down directly between them and went to sleep. He did not have a mechanism for this. There was no protocol. He lay there rigid for a long time in the dark, and I could feel it, and eventually I heard my mother laugh. Just once, quietly. Into her sleeve. First time in 5 years. The system gave me printing that night, which felt like a tip. 4 days later, we ran out of cooked rations, and I sold the Imperial Cabinet dinner. It started as a genuine problem. Rain, wet fuel, a night march, and a column of 800 men who were going to eat cold millet paste out of a bag. So I went into the wagons and I made noodles. Fried them first. That's the trick. That's the whole trick. You cook them and then you fry them dry and they keep. And when you want them, you drop them in hot water for the time it takes to say a poem badly. I had salt and dried mutton and the peppercorns, and I made a broth that could be poured over the top and 120 blocks of noodle. And the smell went through that camp like news. Li Tong found me first. He always found me first. How many? He said. 120. For how many men? For whoever pays. He straightened up very slowly. Now here is what understand about the auction. I opened at 100 coins a bowl. 100 coins was a preposterous, insulting number. 100 coins would buy a pig. I said it as a joke, out loud, to see what would happen. Zhou Feng bid 150 before the sentence was finished. By the 4th bowl, we were at 400. By the 20th, we were at 800, and there was a lieutenant of the guard standing at the back with his entire year's pay in his fist and murder in his eyes, and Sun Kai had gone into the pouch he was not supposed to have. The last dozen bowls went for 1,500 coins each. 1,500 coins. For noodles. I watched a man who had taken the state of Yen by siege bid against a man who administered the taxation of 36 commanderies over a bowl of soup, in the rain, at midnight. And I stood on a barrel and took their money. Roughly 30,000 coins, all told. And the Emperor of Great Qin got in the line like everybody else, because I would not give him one for free, and when he tried to make it an order, I pointed out that I was not one of his subjects, I was his creditor. He paid. That was a mistake on his part, and I'd like to explain why, because it set up everything that came after. He learned that night that he could not simply take from me, and a man like that, who has never in his life been unable to simply take, discovers something almost enjoyable in it. It becomes a game. And once it is a game, he will play it. And once he plays it, he will lose. Because I had 600 years of games he had never seen, starting with cards. I made them out of my own paper, cut and stiffened, with charcoal marks. 3 players, a deck, 1 landlord against 2 peasants. And the beautiful part, the truly beautiful part, is that the name of the game is Fight the Landlord. I taught it to the Emperor of China in a carriage on the 8th day of the march. He was very good at it. That's not a joke. He was frighteningly good at it. He counted cards without being told that was a thing you could do, and he read the 2 of us like reports. He beat Li Tong so consistently that Li Tong stopped playing and started watching, which is a thing that also happened at Changping. He could not beat me. Ever. Once. 6 days. He kept his composure for the first 2. On the 3rd day, he began requesting rematches with a tone that had started a war or 2 in its time. On the 5th day, he ordered a halt at midday on the road, with 800 cavalry standing in the sun so that we could finish a hand. And every single loss got written down, because I made him write it down, and I made him press his thumb in it. And by the time the walls of Shenyang came up over the horizon, the Emperor of Great Qin owed his 5-year-old son 50,000 coins on paper he had personally invented the demand for. He handed me the last note at the gate. He did it with tremendous dignity. He said, "This does not leave the carriage." I said, "Obviously not." Reader, it absolutely left the carriage. Shenyang came up on us in the afternoon, and I had been ready for it, and I was not ready for it. I had seen cities. In the other life, I had seen cities with towers you couldn't see the top of. But there is something about a wall that is made out of packed dirt and human labor, and goes for as far as you can turn your head, and has a road running into it wide enough for 6 carts abreast, all of them full, all day, every day. There were 500,000 people behind that wall, in an age when a large town was 4,000. The reception at the gate was the entire court. Wen Jie was at the front, the eldest son. He was a tall, mild, worried-looking man with the posture of somebody permanently in the middle of apologizing. And he came forward and bowed, and when the emperor came down off the horse, Wen Jie's whole face opened up with relief in a way that would have made me like him instantly Even if I hadn't known that in the version of history I came from, this man received a forged letter and a sword, and used the sword. Behind him, in the second rank, in dark robes, stood the chancellor, Duan Wei. I had never seen him. I knew his handwriting from a document that hadn't been written yet, and let me tell you exactly what happened in his face when the emperor of Great Qin got down off his horse, looking like a man of 35, moving like one, with color in him. Nothing happened in his face. His face was perfect, attentive, delighted, appropriately moved. His hands were shaking. He put them in his sleeves, fast, smoothly, and he kept them there for the rest of the ceremony. That's when I stopped worrying about the eunuch, who was dead, and started worrying about the chancellor, who was not. Then the woman came out of the second carriage, and the courtyard noise stopped. They had all been told. Nobody had believed it. A village weaver in a Shenyang gate ceremony being handed down by an imperial attendant. She had a very straight back, and she was terrified, and only one of those things was visible. Somebody laughed. Back in the ranks, quiet, the kind of laugh that is meant to be heard by 4 people and not by 5. The emperor did not turn his head. He said, without raising his voice at all, that the road had been long, that he was tired, and that he would remember today for a long time. He did not say a name. He didn't have to. Every man in that courtyard spent the rest of the afternoon trying to work out whether he had been the 5th person. And a girl of about 17 came skipping down the steps with no ceremony whatsoever, grabbed my hand, and announced that she was my sister and I was going to live in the good palace. And that was Yin Man, and she is going to matter later. She towed me through the gate. Behind me I heard the whispering start, and it was already the whispering I was going to hear for the next 2 years, in various shapes, from various mouths. The emperor has been fooled by a child. Give it a month, I thought. Give it a month, and then say it again. The court met in Qilin Hall the next morning, and I got put at the back, behind the princes, where the furniture goes. Fine, better view. You should know how a Qin court session worked. Nobody sat. You knelt on a mat, on stone, for 4 hours, and if you had bad knees, you had bad knees. They discussed grain in Hedong and a bridge in Nanyang, and whether a garrison commander had lied about horse deaths, and every single item came into that hall as a bundle of bamboo strips carried by a man who was sweating. Halfway through, the emperor stopped the proceedings and told them to bring in a bundle for the Yunyang report. 2 attendants carried it. 2. It came in on a pole between them, and they set it down, and it made the noise a stack of firewood makes. 6 months of one commandery, he said. Read it to me. The clerk started reading. He got through about a third of a month. Then the emperor held up one hand and reached inside his sleeve and put a single sheet on the table in front of him. The same report, he said. All of it. Nobody moved. Because from 30 feet back, in that light, what he had put down looked exactly like nothing. Like he had laid down air. Duan Wei came forward. Of course he did. He came forward, and he bowed, and he picked it up between 2 fingers, and I watched a man who had spent his life inside written characters turn a piece of paper over and find out there was a back to it. He didn't drop it. He was too good for that. But he held it too long. Where, he said, does this come from? My son, said the emperor, and every head in that hall turned to the back, to the furniture. They brought me forward. I got about 4 steps in before somebody in the second rank at him loud, that it was a trick, that a child of 5 could not have done this, that somebody had used the boy to get to the throne, which, to be fair, is exactly what I would have said. So I asked for a brush. Let me explain what I did next, because it looks like showing off, and it was, but it was showing off with a purpose. Everything in that hall was decided by whether the men in it took you seriously, and in Great Qin, in that room, there were 2 things that made a man serious. One of them was killing people, which was closed to me on grounds of height. The other was writing. They handed me a brush. I knelt on the floor with the sheet in front of me, and I wrote 8 lines about the northern frontier. I have to be careful here, because I did not compose it. That goes on the record. In my other life, there were poems, and I had read them, and I sat there on a stone floor, and I wrote out something that was not going to exist for another 800 years, about wind on a dead grass plain, and men who go out through a pass, and the ones who don't come back through it. And I stopped halfway, deliberately, 4 lines in. The hall made a noise I have never heard a room make before or since. It was the noise of about 90 men inhaling at once and then not being allowed to say anything. Zhou Feng stepped out of rank without permission. Zhou Feng, who was so correct about protocol that he corrected other people's bows, stepped out of rank in front of the emperor and said, "The rest." "I forgot it," I said. "You did not forget it." "I'm 5. My memory's terrible. I can't even remember what I owe people." I looked at the ceiling. Or what people owe me. The Emperor of Great Qin, from the throne, made a very small sound. They didn't get the second half for another 3 days, and by the time they did, the price of that half was a stone. Here's the sequence. First, I needed chairs. That afternoon, I got a look at where I was supposed to live and what I was supposed to live on, and let me describe the seating arrangements of the greatest empire in the world. There weren't any. You knelt, on a mat, on the floor, all day, for your entire life. The most senior men in that palace all walked like they'd been kicked, because they had been, once a day, by the ground. Chairs did not exist. Tables you could get your legs under did not exist. The concept of leaning back was not available to anyone in China. The workshops that could build them were in the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Works was down in the artisan quarter, and no prince of the Qin went to the artisan quarter, because craftsmen were near the bottom of the order of things, and standing next to them was contagious. So I went and found Wen Jie. He was in a study with a lamp and about 200 pounds of bamboo, doing work that nobody had asked him to do, which was the most Wen Jie thing possible. I put a plate down in front of him. It was fried dough and honey and sesame, cut into squares, still warm. I had made it in the kitchen an hour earlier by walking in, taking over, and daring anybody to stop the emperor's son. He looked at it. He looked at me. He was so painfully polite that he ate one before he asked what it was, which is how you get a man to eat a second one. By the 4th square, he had agreed to walk me down to the artisan quarter. I don't think he understood what he'd agreed to until we were standing in it. The eldest son of the emperor, in the mud, in a street full of hammering, with everybody in a 50-foot radius on their faces because a prince had appeared in a place where princes were not. Wen Jie stood there with his hands folded and did not complain once, and I liked him more for it than for anything else I saw him do. I ordered 14 things. Tables at 3 heights, chairs with backs, a long, low bed with arms on it that I described until the head carpenter's eyes glazed, and then I drew. And then he understood. And then he started arguing with me about joinery, which meant we were in business. Cabinets, a desk, a frame with a mirror in it. That last one made the whole shop go quiet, because of course by then they had all heard about the mirror. The system paid me for that trip in calligraphy. Not paper, not a recipe, just the hand. The ability to put a brush on a surface and have the character come out the way it comes out for a man who has done nothing else for 40 years. And I got it walking home through a street of tanners. The trouble started the next morning because somebody told the emperor where his eldest son had taken his youngest. He had Wen Jie in the study before breakfast, and I came in on the end of it, and it was ugly. Not loud, worse than loud. It was a man asking his own son, in a level voice, whether he had deliberately walked a 5-year-old into a filthy street among the lowest people in the empire in order to soil him. Wen Jie was not defending himself. That was the problem. He never did. He stood there and took it with his head down like a horse in rain. So I said the boring thing, which was that I had ordered furniture and that it would arrive in 12 days, and that one of the pieces was for him. The emperor said he had furniture. I said he had a mat. I said, when you read at night, does your back hurt? And he stopped, and he did not answer, which was the answer. And then I closed the deal, because you close when the man is quiet. I told him about a thing you lie down on, which is not a bed, that has a back and arms and takes you at any angle you like, and that a man could work from all evening and get up out of without making the noise he currently makes. Wen Jie got dismissed with nothing worse than a look. He caught me in the corridor after and started to thank me, and I told him to stop because I hadn't done it for him. That was a lie. Let me be clear, it was a lie. But if I'd let him thank me, he would have felt he owed me something, and a man who feels he owes you something makes worse decisions. And I had plans for Wen Jie that required him to keep making good ones. The stone came the same week. There was an inkstone on the emperor's desk, purple, carved with a dragon coming out of cloud, older than the dynasty. He had used it for 20 years. He liked it, the way men like that like the 2 or 3 objects they let themselves like. I wanted it. Not for the stone, because I wanted to know what a thing was worth to him, and there is no way to find that out except to try to take it. So I offered a trade, sight unseen, object for object. I described mine, a pearl that gives off light in a dark room, cold light, enough to read by. He said such a thing did not exist. I said, then it costs you nothing to agree. He agreed. Obviously, he agreed. He had been beaten at cards for 6 days, and he wanted, very badly, to beat me at one thing. I produced the pearl that night in a dark room, and it lit his hands up green, and he looked at it for a long moment, and then set it down and said, in the flattest voice I have ever heard from a human being, "Take the stone." I don't want the stone. He looked up. I want the Alchemy Bureau, I said. Because here is the thing. He had a whole department of men whose entire job was cooking mercury into candy and feeding it to him. He had stopped taking it. He had not shut them down because they had furnaces and coal and jars, and because breaking up an office is more annoying than ignoring it. I wanted their sulfur. I wanted their saltpeter, which they had in barrels and which they used to make people immortal, at which they had a 0% success rate. What do you want it for? He said. Fireworks, I said. He gave me the bureau, and then, because I was feeling good, I wrote out the second half of the poem and left it on his desk on the way out. Meanwhile, across the city, my alliance was going badly. Li Tong went home and put the proposal to his father. That's General Li Wei, who took Chu with 600,000 men, who was retired, who was 70 and terrifying, and reportedly had not been impressed by anything since the fall of Zhao. Li Wei said yes in under a minute. He said yes so fast that Li Tong went away worried. The problem was Li Hua. She was 8. She had a reputation. She had put a boy from the Meng family in a fish pond, and she had once, at a banquet, informed a 60-year-old minister that his beard smelled like a cupboard, which was true, which made it worse. Her father sat her down and explained about the honor and the alliance and the emperor's youngest son. She said no. Her father explained again, using the word emperor more. She said no, and she added a piece of analysis about the situation, which was, roughly, that a 5-year-old was a 5-year-old, and she had things to do. Li Tong, cornered, out of arguments, and being a soldier, went for the flank. He mentioned that this particular 5-year-old had cooked fish on Lulu. She stopped. The sword, she said. The sword. On the fire. Directly on the coals. There was a silence in the Wang household of about 4 seconds. And His Majesty allowed this? His Majesty ate too. Li Hua sat back down. She still didn't say yes. She said, and this is a direct quote that got back to me third hand and that I have never let her forget. She said, "Bring me the terms in writing." 8 years old. Bring me the terms in writing. I knew right then this was either going to be the best decision I made in Xiangyang or the worst, and I was not going to find out which for at least a year. Sun Kai's week went worse than mine. He had, you'll remember, deeded his house to me for 3 potatoes. He had done this in a field, at night, in front of witnesses, in a state of high excitement. He had then ridden 800 li home to a wife who did not know about it yet. I am told that Madame Zhang did not raise her voice either. I'm told she asked him to repeat the number of potatoes. I'm told he tried the word investment, and that the word investment did not survive contact. He came into court the next day with a mark on his cheek that he explained as a door. Nobody asked him about the door. There was not a man in Qilin Hall who did not know exactly what that mark was, and there was not a man who was going to say it out loud, because Sun Kai audited them. I gave him a quarter of the first potato harvest for free. Let it be noted. I gave it to him unasked, and he tried to refuse, and I told him to take it home and put it in front of her. That is how you buy the Minister of Revenue. Not with money. Money he has. You buy him with an afternoon in which his wife looks at him differently. He never voted against me again, not once, in everything that came after, and there was plenty in what came after that he should have voted against. I put on the hot pot that night to celebrate having a Minister of Revenue. The kitchen fought me on the beef. Great Qin had a law about cattle. You did not kill an ox. An ox was an agricultural asset, and killing one was a serious criminal matter. And the palace kitchens had never in their lives handled beef. And the head cook told me so, with the specific joy of a man who has finally found a rule that a prince cannot walk around. I asked him how many oxen die by accident in the commanderies around Shenyang in a month. He said a few. Broken legs. Falls. I asked him what happens to them. He said they are recorded and disposed of. I said that from now on, they are recorded and disposed of into my kitchen, and I did not break a single law. I found the seam in it, and I put my whole arm through. The pot was bronze, split down the middle with a divider I had cast myself, clear broth on one side and red on the other. The red side had chilies in it, and Sichuan pepper, and beef fat, and I had it boiling before anybody arrived, so the smell got to them first, in the corridor, which is where a meal is actually won. Nobody in that room had ever cooked their own food at a table. That was servant work. I put raw beef in front of a dozen of the most senior men in the empire and handed them chopsticks and told them to do it themselves. And there was a horrible pause, and then Li Tong went in, because Li Tong always went in first. 8 seconds. That's all beef sliced thin needs. He came up with it, and he ate it, and his eyes went strange, and he did not say anything at all, he just reached for more. Within a quarter of an hour, that table had lost its entire sense of rank. Zhou Fang was fighting Sun Kai for the fatty cut. A marquis of Great Qin was blowing on a spoon. My mother, at the end of the table, was laughing out loud with her hand over her mouth in a room full of men who, 3 weeks ago, would not have known her name. And the Emperor of China ate a raw chili. He picked it out of the red side, whole, green. I saw him do it, and I had about half a second to decide whether to stop him, and you have to understand that I did the arithmetic, and I made a choice. He chewed it thoughtfully, like a man tasting a new tea. Then his face did something I had not seen a human face do. He did not shout. That was the incredible thing. He sat there with tears coming out of both eyes and sweat coming out of his forehead, and he reached, very slowly, for the wine. And he drank a whole cup, which, as anybody who has done this knows, is the single worst available decision. Zhou Fang got up to help. The emperor stopped him with one hand. "It is fine," he said, in a voice from the bottom of a well. "It is a good flavor." He ate 3 more that night, out of pride. I watched a man conquer 6 states and then lose to a vegetable, over and over, on purpose. The tutor arrived the following week, and I would like to be on record as saying I gave him a chance. His name was Xiao Long. He was a scholar of some reputation, and he had been appointed to make a proper Qin prince out of me. And he arrived at the courtyard where I was sitting under a jujube tree eating jujubes. He began by informing me that a prince does not climb trees. I said I hadn't climbed it. I had shaken it. He looked at the tree. It was a good tree, thick through the trunk, 40 years old, and there was a ring of fruit on the ground all the way around it in a circle. He decided not to think about that, which was his first mistake. His second mistake was the ruler. Every tutor had one. A flat iron bar for the palms of small boys who could not recite. His was 99 jin, which he mentioned because he was proud of it, because carrying it was a statement. It took him 2 hands to lift it off his belt and set it down on the table, and it made the table complain. "Recite," he said. I said I'd rather not. He reached for the ruler, so I picked it up, with one hand, off the table. And I held it out in front of me, at arm's length, horizontal, for about 3 seconds, so he could see that I was not straining. And then, while looking directly at him, I put a twist in it. It went round like wet dough. I did a full turn in the middle of it, and then I bent the ends up, and I put it back down on the table in the shape of a very ugly knot, and the table gave up entirely and went over sideways. I should describe the number that was in my head at that moment, because it had been there for a week, and I hadn't known what to do with it. Strength 155. Human beings top out somewhere around 15. A very strong man is 20. A legendary strong man, the kind they put in histories, might be 30. Agility 267, speed 288, and the ceiling was 300. That is what had walked 40 li in a night. That is what had gone over 4 walls in Yunyang without waking a dog. I had been carrying it around inside a body that needed a stool to hit somebody in the face, and I had never once shown it to anybody, and I had been waiting for the right room. A courtyard, a scholar, and an iron bar tied in a bow was the right room. Xiaolong left. He left at a speed that I would call impressive for his age, and he did not stop to collect the ruler. And I heard later that he went directly to the palace to report that the 6th prince was possessed. The system gave me a movement technique for that one, a way of stepping that I can only describe as the ground agreeing with you in advance. I went across that courtyard and up onto the roof of the East Gallery in about a second and a half, and sat there with a jujube, watching a scholar retreat down a very long street. It was the last quiet afternoon I got for 11 months, because Xiaolong complained to the court. And the court, having been handed a 5-year-old who broke the furniture, decided to have a full session about him, which meant I finally got to stand in the middle of Qilin Hall and talk. I had been waiting for that for a month. Xiaolong filed his complaint in open court in front of the entire government, and he did it well. He said the 6th prince refused instruction. He said the 6th prince destroyed an implement of learning. He said, and this was the good part, that a child who will not be taught becomes a man who cannot be advised, and that the court had a duty to correct this now, while it was still small. Every gray head in that hall nodded. It was a genuinely strong argument. If I had been 60 and sitting on a mat with a bad knee, I would have nodded too. Then I walked out to the middle of the floor and asked him one question. How old are you? He said 71, with dignity. And how long have you held office? 53 years, he said, with more. And in 53 years, I said, how many men have you trained to replace you? He opened his mouth. Nothing came out of it. Because the answer was none. And the answer was none for every single man in that room, and they all knew it at the same instant. I turned around and talked to the hall. I said, look at each other. Go on, look. The Minister of Rights is 68. The Grand Astrologer is 74. There are men in this room who fought at Changping, and there are men in this room whose sons are grandfathers. And when one of you dies, which happens roughly 4 times a year, the office does not pass to the best man. It passes to whoever your household has been quietly grooming, or it sits empty for 8 months while 3 families fight over it, and the commandery it governs simply stops working. I said, you don't have a government. You have 90 private arrangements that happen to be in the same building. Then I gave them the thing. Retirement, a fixed age, 65 and out. And here is the part that made it survivable. Not out with nothing. Out with a stipend for life. Out with your rank kept. Out with your name on the register of the honored. And out with your successor named and trained by you in the last 2 years, and paid for out of the treasury while you do it. The room went completely still, and then it detonated. Half of them were against it before I stopped talking, and the half that were against it were exactly the half you'd expect. And let me be straight about why. Not because they loved their jobs, because their entire families lived inside those jobs. A minister was not a man, he was a distribution point. Cousins, in-laws, 3 villages of clients, the men he had put in county seats who sent him things at New Year. He retires, and all of it goes cold in a season. Duan Wei did not say a word. He watched me the whole time with his hands in his sleeves, and he understood the proposal about 4 minutes before anybody else in the room did, which is why he did not say a word. And then a prince stood up, 3rd son, Liu Jun, about 22, handsome in the way a bronze mirror is handsome, and he came out onto the floor and bowed beautifully and said the smart thing, which was that he questioned nothing about the proposal itself, but that he questioned whether the affairs of the empire should be settled by a child on the advice of a ghost. He said the word ghost with great care. He put it down like a man laying out a knife on a cloth. The court has heard His Highness say he learned of the late plot from a spirit, said Liu Jun. I ask only this. What else does the spirit say? And whose spirit is it? And credit where it is due, it was the correct attack, not the idea, the source of the idea. You cannot argue with a good policy, but you can absolutely poison the man carrying it. His mother was Madame Chen. She had been the ranking woman in that palace for 20 years, and she had a son the court took seriously. And weeks earlier, a village weaver had walked in through the front gate. So this was never about a retirement system. This was the opening move in a much longer game, and I understood that, and I made a decision right there on the floor that I would not answer him at all. I turned to the emperor instead. The alchemists, I said, the ones who made the shining pills, are they still on the payroll? Total silence. Because they're still cooking, I said. They've got the furnaces. They've been at it every day since we left for Yunyang. And the only reason they haven't sent you another jar is that nobody's told them to stop. He had them all in custody before the session ended, 28 men. And I'll say clearly that I did not do that to win the argument, although it did win the argument, because a court that has just watched a child point at a real live threat inside the palace stops asking about ghosts for a while. I did it because those jars were still full, and he was still in the same building as them. Liu Jun sat down. He did it gracefully. But he had gone out onto the floor to attack me, and had ended up standing there while the room's attention went somewhere else entirely, which for a man like that is worse than losing. He remembered it. He remembered it for 2 years. The map came out that night. I drew it in the study, on 4 sheets pasted together, and I did it from memory with a piece of charcoal. And it took me about 2 hours because I kept having to stop and think about coastlines. He came and stood behind me halfway through and did not interrupt, which for him was an enormous act of restraint. When I finished, I put the brush down and said, "This is the world." He looked at it for a very long time. There is a shape a man's face makes when he finds out that a thing he has spent his entire adult life on is smaller than he thought. He had unified the world. He had. Everybody said so. It was carved on mountains, and I had just drawn the world on his desk, and his part of it was a shape you could cover with your hand. He put one finger on it, right in the middle. "This," he said, "that's you. And this. Also land, grass, then forest, then cold, then more forest. Nobody's counted it. And this. That's another continent. It has cities in it and gold under it, and nobody there has ever heard your name." He was silent for a full minute. "How much of it," he said, "do I not have? Do you want the number, or do you want to sleep tonight?" He didn't sleep that night, obviously. Nobody in that study slept. Then he found the islands. I had drawn them because I had drawn everything, a little chain off the eastern coast, and I watched his hands stop moving over them, and I knew exactly what he was about to ask, and I let him ask it. Song Ping, the alchemist he had given 3,000 children to, boys and girls, and ships, and enough grain for years, sent east to find the mountain where the immortals live and come back with the medicine. That had been years ago. Nothing had come back. Not a ship, not a body, not a note. "He is there," said the emperor. It was not a question. "He's there. He's got a settlement. He's got fields." "Then I will send the fleet." "With what?" He stopped, because he didn't have one. He had riverboats. He had barges with 100 men on them and a sail, and I had just told him that the man he wanted was across 1,000 li of open ocean. And every ship in Great Qin would go to the bottom in the first weather it met. "So we let him dig," I said. "You want me to leave him." "I want you to leave him for a while. He's clearing ground, he's building. He's cutting timber and finding ore and putting up walls, and all of that costs somebody something, and right now that somebody is him." I tapped the islands. "In 10 years there will be a town there, with roads and mines and a granary. And then we go, and we don't build a thing. We just walk in and take the keys." He looked at me sideways. "You are 5, he said. "You keep bringing that up. It is the only defense I have left." Then he asked what I wanted for the map, and I said the alchemists. He thought I was joking. I wasn't. I wanted 28 men who could run a furnace at a controlled heat, purify a salt, grind and dry and measure, and who were currently in a cell facing a sentence that would end them. They came to me on a chain, and I told them, in the yard, that they were now the Bureau of Fire, that the work was to be done exactly as instructed, and written down exactly as done, that anyone who could not read would be taught, that the pay was the pay of a county clerk, in coin, monthly, and that the first man to cook anything anybody was supposed to swallow would be handed back to the Ministry of Justice with a note. Nobody cooked anything anybody was supposed to swallow. I had my first proper trouble with the servants that same week, which is a small story and worth telling because of how it ended. 2 of them were talking in a corridor about my mother, where she came from, what she must have done, the specific things people say when a woman goes up a long way fast, and one of them was doing an impression. And they turned the corner, and I was standing in it. I did not shout at them. Shouting at servants is how you get a reputation as a small, angry child, and a reputation like that is very hard to take off. I asked them if they liked loud noises. I had brought a paper tube from the Bureau of Fire. I set it down on the flagstones between their feet, and I lit it with a taper, and I stepped back about 4 paces, and Great Qin discovered the firecracker. There was no injury. There was no damage to any part of the palace. There was one gentleman who went over a low wall from a standing start without using his hands, and there was a lot of screaming, and by the end of the afternoon, there was not a servant in that complex who did not know that the 6th prince had a bag of little thunder and no impulse control whatsoever. The gossip stopped that day, not because I frightened them, because I made them interesting. You cannot beat gossip. You can only replace it with better gossip. I met the girl 3 days later at my sister's, and it went about as well as everything else that month. Yin Man had assembled what she called a small gathering, which turned out to be a dozen daughters of the nobility, arranged around a courtyard, being small and correct at each other. My sister was 17, and she had decided that I was hers, and being introduced to her friends was the tax. I did the rounds. I bowed. I was charming for 6 consecutive minutes, which is my personal record. Then somebody said the name Li Hua, and I turned around. I had built a picture in my head, some kind of 8-year-old marquis's daughter with hands folded. What was actually standing there was a kid my sister's friends had left a 2-foot gap around. She looked at me. I looked at her. And then I said, the thing. Reader, I said, the thing. I have replayed it many times. I said, you're taller than I expected, which would have been fine. That would have been completely survivable. I then said, I was told you were terrifying, but honestly, you just look tall. There was a beat of about 1 second. I was over the wall of that courtyard before she had finished the first stride, and I want to say for the record that she nearly had me. In the open, in a straight line, an 8-year-old girl with her sleeves in her fists came within about 4 feet of catching a boy with a speed of 288 because she did not slow down for corners, and I did. I went up onto the roof of the gallery. She threw a shoe at me. It was a good throw. We negotiated from a distance of 30 feet, her on the gravel, me on the tiles, and negotiation is a generous word for it. I offered her a thing on a stick. I had been making them all week. It's not hard. Saltpeter in water eats the heat out of the water so fast that a bowl set inside it goes to ice in about 1/4 of an hour. And if you put fruit juice in the bowl and a splinter of bamboo in the juice, you get something that did not exist anywhere in the world in that year. I threw one down to her, wrapped in a leaf. She caught it, which was annoying. She looked at it, then at me. Then she ate it, standing in the middle of a courtyard on a hot afternoon, and I watched an 8-year-old have the single best experience of her life to date and try very hard to keep her face flat about it. Come down, she said. No. I won't hit you. You're holding a shoe. She looked at the shoe. She put it on. She said, bring the terms. And that is how the alliance actually got made. Not by 2 fathers and a chancellor's seal. On gravel, over frozen plum juice, with one of us on a roof. I brought the terms the next week. I had it drafted properly, 9 clauses, on my own paper, in my own hand, which by then was a hand that made grown officials stop talking. I brought it to her father's house, and we sat at a table in a side room, with Li Tong standing by the door, pretending not to listen, and failing completely. She read all of them, out loud, twice, with her finger going along the line, and it took 1/4 of an hour. And I sat there the whole time, and did not say one word, because I had realized at about the 3rd clause that I was being examined. Then she went back to the top. Clause 2, she said, joint holdings. What holdings? The paper mill, when it exists. The distillery, when it exists. When they exist. Yes. So at present, said Li Hua, aged 8, clause 2 is about nothing. Li Tong, by the door, made a small sound. I said that was the point of it. I said you write the shape before you have the thing, because writing it afterward means arguing about it while there is money on the table. She thought about that. Then she nodded, once, and moved on, and I understood that I had just been marked as acceptable on a point I had not known was being tested. Clause 5 was the one she was right about. I had written it so that either house could bring in a 3rd party by agreement. Perfectly standard. She wanted it struck. I said it was standard. She said, my father is a marquis and your father is the emperor, and if a 3rd party is ever brought into anything, it will be brought in by one of them, and neither of us will be in the room. I sat there for a second, because she was completely right, and I had not seen it. I had written the 9-clause contract to protect 2 children from the adults around them, and I had left a door in the wall for exactly those adults. I struck it, in front of her, with her brush, on her table, and I initialed the strike and pushed it back across. Li Tong, at the door, said, that was my clause. I know, said his daughter. Clause 7 was the one she was wrong about. She wanted the profits split at the point of sale rather than at the year's accounting, and her reasoning was that a year is a long time and people are dishonest. And that reasoning was excellent and the conclusion was bad, because splitting at the point of sale means neither house can ever hold enough capital to build the next thing. I explained it, badly, twice. She said she still wanted it, so I did the only thing I could think of, which was to open my own books. I sent by Shi for the mill ledgers, and we sat in that room for another hour, and I showed an 8-year-old girl every figure in my possession, including the ones that made me look like an idiot. And about 40 minutes in, she stopped arguing and started asking about the drying sheds. She let clause 7 stand, but she added a clause of her own, in her own hand at the bottom, in handwriting considerably better than mine, and it said that either party could demand sight of the other party's books at any time without giving a reason. I signed it. Li Tong, by the door, had stopped pretending. He was watching his daughter write a clause into a contract with the emperor's son, and he had an expression on his face that I can only describe as terror mixed with an enormous, helpless pride. And she used that clause, constantly, for years. She turned up unannounced at the counting house of the distillery days before a new year, and made 2 clerks work until midnight. And she was right that time, too. I've signed a great many pieces of paper since. That is the one I would not change a word of. While that was happening, 4 men were sitting in an upstairs room of a tea house on the east side of the city, and let me introduce them properly, because between them they were going to try to end me 5 separate times. Duan Wei, Chancellor. The most intelligent man in the empire, and the one with the most to lose from a retirement age, because he was 61 and everything he had built lived inside his office. Wu Liang, younger brother of the eunuch I got killed. He had a minister's post and an estate and a face like a closed door, and he had been passed over for his brother's positions and had watched his family's 20-year climb turn into a public execution in the space of one afternoon because of me. He Ren, old, rich, related to everybody. And Ma Jian, a general, 40, loud, who had once lost 200,000 men in Chu and had never been allowed to forget it, and who consequently needed a win so badly you could smell it. They did not plan to kill me, not then. They were far too good for that. I got the whole meeting a fortnight later, and I got it because of soap. Here is how. I had started making it. It was a side project, tallow and ash lye and a little lime, and I had a batch of it in my mother's palace, because the palace laundry used wood ash and beating, and my mother, who had washed hemp in a village well for 5 years, took one look at what it did to a collar and requisitioned the entire supply. The woman who ran that laundry was called Ling Ling. She was about 40, and days after I gave her 4 cakes of it, she came and stood in the doorway of my room with her hands in her apron and did not say anything for a while. I asked her what was wrong. She said she had been paid by a household on the east side to say what the 6th prince ate, where he went, and who came to the gate. She said she had taken the money because her sister's family had a debt. She said she had already told them 4 things, and that none of them were important, and that she had decided to say so before somebody else did. I asked her why she was telling me. She said, and I have never forgotten the phrasing, that she had been in that palace 12 years, and nobody had ever brought her anything. So I kept her on the payroll, and I kept her on theirs. She reported to them twice a month for the next 2 years, and every single thing she carried east was written by me. And she reported to me on what they asked for, which is worth about 10 times more than what they were told, because the questions a man asks tell you exactly where his hands are. That is how I know what happened in that upstairs room. They met after dark, 4 of them, and Duan Wei did the talking, and he did it the way he did everything, which was to lay out the position so clearly that his own recommendation looked like a fact about the world. He said, "The retirement age will pass. Do not fight the retirement age." Guo Liang objected. Guo Liang had been fighting it for 2 months, and Duan Wei said the thing that told me exactly what I was up against. He said, "The retirement age is not the danger. The danger is the paper." He explained it to them, and they did not understand him. And I would not have understood him either at that age if I had not been the one holding the sheets. He said, "A memorial to the throne currently weighs as much as a boy. That means every document in this empire must be carried, and every document that must be carried must be entrusted, and every document that must be entrusted passes through a man." He said, "Our authority is not written in the code. It is written in the weight." He said, "When a report from Nanhai fits in a sleeve, it will arrive without us." Nobody in that room followed him. He Ren asked whether they should attack the mill. Duan Wei said no. He said if they attacked the mill, they would lose, because the throne had already eaten off the plate. So they placed people instead. 2 in the kitchens, a groom, a clerk in the Ministry of Works, which was the good one, that was the one that cost me something later, and a laundry woman. And then, at the end, Ma Jian asked the question that all of them had been circling, which was what they were actually going to do about the child. And Duan Wei said, apparently without any particular emphasis, that the child was 5 years old, that a great many things happen to 5-year-olds, and that a man who is patient does not have to arrange any of them. Ling Ling brought me that sentence second-hand from a servant who had been pouring. I've carried it around ever since. What the boy did all day that month was cook. The iron wok arrived from the artisan quarter on the 9th day, and I'll tell you about it properly, because everything I did in Shenyang for the next 2 years was paid for by what happened at that table. Great Qin cooked 2 ways, boiling and steaming. That was the entire span. Meat went in water, grain went in water, vegetables went in water. Nobody had a pan you could get truly hot because nobody had cast iron thin enough and even enough, and so nobody had ever discovered that if you get metal hot enough and put oil on it, the food changes. I had them cast me a round-bottomed pan, and I did the first stir-fry in Chinese history in a palace kitchen, with an audience of 14 cooks who thought I was going to burn the building down. And then I invited the cabinet, and I served them garbage. That was the whole show, and the design mattered. I did not serve them venison. I served them the things that were thrown away. Duck heads, braised with pepper. Chicken feet. Tripe, sliced thin. Offal, the parts that got fed to dogs, cooked with ginger and chili and rice wine. Fish, done the way I had learned to do fish, in oil and heat, in a nest of dried peppers so it came out the color of a lacquer box. I let them eat for a while before I told them what it was. Zhou Feng put down his chopsticks. He looked at the dish in front of him. He was a man of impeccable breeding. "This is a foot," he said. "That's a foot." "I have eaten 4. You've eaten 5. Li Tong took one off your plate." Li Tong did not deny it. Li Tong was fully committed by that point and had stopped defending himself on any front. And that is the moment the argument I actually wanted got started, because Sun Kai, being Sun Kai, said the useful thing out loud, which was, "How much of this is thrown away in Shenyang in a day?" I said, "All of it. Every ox, every pig, every duck. In this city, right now, the poorest man alive is throwing away food because nobody has told him it's food." Then I made them tea. Longjing, green, done properly, at the right heat, which meant not boiling, which meant every one of them said I had made it wrong until they tasted it. And in the middle of that, the emperor of Great Qin set his cup down and announced, without any preamble at all, that Mei Lin of Julong village was raised to the rank of madam, with her own palace, her own household, and her own seal. He announced it at a table full of duck heads. I want to describe the silence. It was not an unfriendly silence. It was the sound of a dozen extremely senior men recalculating, simultaneously, in real time, and arriving at the same total. Mei Lin was in the corridor. She had not been in the room. She had been standing in a corridor with a tray because 2 weeks of being a madam had not yet taught her not to carry things, and she heard it through the door. I found her out there afterward. She was standing very still with the tray still in her hands. "He didn't ask me," she said. "Do you want him to ask you?" She thought about it, honestly, for a long moment. "No," she said, "I want him to have to." That's my mother. The system gave me the strength cap that night. Straight to the ceiling and then past it into something it called 10,000 Jin strength. And I found out 3 days later what that meant when I put a hand on a stone lion at the palace gate and it moved. Then Duan Wei tried the wine. It was a good move and it deserves full credit. He couldn't attack the retirement plan because the emperor liked it. He couldn't attack me because Liu Jun had already tried that and bounced. So he came at me from the side at a banquet on a matter of taste. The Cui family brewed the tribute wine. They had done it for 4 generations. They supplied the palace, and their best cask was a genuinely famous thing. Duan Wei had it brought in, and he made a small, graceful speech about how the young prince had shown the court many novelties, and how it might be pleasant to set a novelty beside something that had been perfected by patience. Everyone understood him. He was saying, "The boy is a fashion. This is a tradition." They poured it. It was cloudy. That's not an insult. That was simply what wine was, a thick, pale thing with rice sediment in it, maybe 8 or 9 parts in 100, and you drank a lot of it and got mildly cheerful. I had them bring in my bottle. Clear, completely clear, like water. I had built a still in the Bureau of Fire out of a copper pot and a coiled tube and 4 weeks of arguing with a man named Zhang Lei about condensation, and what was in that bottle was 52 parts in 100. I poured a cup for Duan Wei first, full, as a mark of respect. He drank it the way you drink wine. The chancellor of Great Qin then spent the next 40 seconds discovering the inside of his own head. He did not cough, I'll give him that. The man had control. He simply sat there and turned the color of a plum while his eyes watered, and every single person at that table watched him do it. Li Tong drank his and put the cup down and said, quietly, "This is a weapon." By midnight, there were 4 ministers on the floor. I do not mean drunk. I mean on the floor, being fanned. Zhou Fang was reciting. A member of the Council of 9 was outside in the courtyard explaining something to a tree. And in the middle of it, with the room in ruins, the emperor pulled me to one side and asked me the real question, not about the wine. He asked why I wanted the retirement age so badly. He said, "You do not care about grain in Hedong. What is it for?" So I told him, I said, "It isn't about age. It was never about age. A minister of yours holds his office for 40 years, and in 40 years he places 600 men. Magistrates, clerks, granary officers, the man who counts boats on a river in a place you have never been. All of them owe him. None of them owe you." I said, "Right now, you do not rule the empire. You rule about 200 men who rule the empire, and every one of those 200 is the head of a river system that has been running for 4 decades. Retire them at 65, and the river dries in a season. Do it every year forever, and no river ever gets long enough to matter." He stood there. Then he said, very softly, "And the replacement?" 3 departments, I said. 1 drafts, 1 reviews, 1 executes. 6 ministries under them, split by function. Personnel, and revenue, and rights, and war, and justice, and works. No man holds 2. No man's son inherits 1. And the man who drafts a policy is never the man who approves it. "That is a machine," he said. "That's the idea. Machines don't have nephews." He looked out at his court. There were 2 ministers asleep under a table, and 1 being carried. "Draft it," he said. I said I already had. The furniture arrived on carts and broke the palace. Picture what happened when they carried the first chair into the emperor's study. 4 men brought it. They set it down. He looked at it for a while, from several angles, the way you look at an animal you have not been introduced to. Then he sat in it. Then he leaned back. I watched a 49-year-old man who had knelt on stone for 30 years find out about backs, and he made a sound. And then he was extremely embarrassed about the sound, and then he did it again. He did not get up for 2 hours. Han Chung, his attendant, came in 3 separate times to ask about the evening's business, and was waved out 3 separate times by a man who was busy. The long one with arms went to Wen Jie. I had it delivered without a note. He came and found me the next day and started a sentence, and I told him again to stop, and he laughed, which was new. The order for the rest of the court came in within a fortnight. All of it. Every minister, every marquis, and then their households, and then the households of anybody who had been in a room with a household. The artisan quarter went from a place nobody visited to a place with a queue outside it, which is exactly when I went down there and stole their best man. Zhang Lei ran the workshops, left Chancellor of Works, which sounds enormous, and meant he supervised about 400 craftsmen and got paid slightly better than a granary clerk. He was maybe 35, he had burn scars on both forearms, and he was the only man in that entire ministry who had argued with my drawings instead of bowing at them. I offered him the paper mill. He said no. He said it politely and completely. He said his post was his post, that he had been placed there, that the work of the ministry was the work of the state, and that a private manufactory was not a thing a man of office joined. So I asked him what he earned. He told me. I doubled it, and then I did the thing that actually landed, which was that I doubled the floor. I said, "Every man who comes with you gets his name in a book, paid monthly, in coin, not in grain, not in credit against next year, paid when he is sick, paid extra when he invents something, and the thing he invents gets recorded with his name against it, and that record does not go away when he does." He stood there in the mud in front of his own workshop and asked me why, and I gave him the honest answer, because I had been waiting 3 weeks to say it to somebody who would understand it. I said, "This empire ranks a farmer above you and a merchant below you, and it does that because a farmer makes food, and a method only moves it. and nobody could think of what to do with a man who makes things, so they put you in the middle and forgot about you. And meanwhile, every single thing in the palace I live in came out of your hands, and the ministers who eat off it think of you the way they think of the road. I said, I can't change the whole order, not this year, but I can pay you like it's already changed and let everybody watch. He came. He brought 206 men with him. 4 days later, I heard, through a laundrywoman who thought she was reporting to Guo Liang and was in fact reporting to both of us, that there had been a meeting at Duan Wei's house. 11 men, late, doors shut. The chancellor laid out the position clearly, and it was worse than I had thought. He had read my 3 departments draft, which he was not supposed to have seen, and he had understood something the emperor had not said out loud. There was no chancellor in it. Split the drafting from the review from the execution, and the office of chancellor simply has no place to stand. It doesn't get demoted, it stops existing. So Duan Wei was not fighting for a retirement age. He was fighting for the continued existence of his own job, and a man in that position will do a great many things. They picked their ground well, a Fang palace. It was the great construction of the reign, hundreds of thousands of men, and the emperor had paused the work 3 weeks earlier, and everyone knew why. Cement. I had shown him a wall you could pour, and he had stopped the largest building project in the world to wait for it. That's an enormous thing to stop. Grain contracts, timber contracts, 100,000 men standing around, and every one of those contracts ran through somebody in that room. They would impeach me on it in open court. Not for the delay, for interference. A prince of 5 with no office, causing the suspension of an imperial work by whispering, which is the exact crime the histories are full of, and they had precedent going back 400 years. It was a good plan. It should have worked. It died at dawn because of a piece of furniture. Here is what happened. They came into Qilin Hall that morning in formation, and Ma Jian was carrying the memorial, and the whole thing was arranged so that the words would land before anybody could get their footing. And the throne was gone. Not gone, replaced. Overnight, without any announcement to anybody, 4 men from Jiang Lei's shop had brought in the long one, in black lacquer, with a dragon carved along the arm, and put it where the mat had been. The emperor of Great Qin was reclining on it, sideways, with one arm up. 90 men walked into that hall and stopped dead. You have to understand that not one of them had ever seen him at any angle other than upright. He was the most rigid object in the empire. And there he was, at his ease, in a shape no ruler had ever occupied, and the entire carefully rehearsed choreography of an impeachment ran straight into a piece of joinery and went over. Ma Jian got about 4 words in, then he stopped, because he could not stop looking at it. And once a man stops in the middle of a memorial, he does not start again. The emperor let the silence sit for a while. He was enjoying himself enormously. Then he asked, mildly, whether the general found the seating unsatisfactory. By the end of the session, 14 of them had asked where to order one. They rescheduled the impeachment. It went off 12 days later, and it went off much worse for them, but I'll get there. I was out of the palace when the next thing happened, because I was walking to my new restaurant with a bag of walnuts, and the street was blocked. There was a procession. County magistrate's carriage, 20 runners with staves, the whole apparatus of a small official who wants to be seen. And in the middle of the road, in front of it, refusing to move, there was a very large young man with a butcher's cleaver in his belt, and nothing else, standing over a girl. The magistrate was Zheng Zhi. He had a paper. He was holding it up and reading from it in a loud voice, and the paper said that a debt existed, and that under the statutes the household of Yu was to be entered and its persons and property taken against it. The debt was 1,100 coins. The girl was about 17. Her brother was on the ground with his arms over his head, and there was a stave going up and down. Nobody in that street was moving. 200 people, and every one of them was looking at their own feet, because the man reading the paper had the seal of a county behind him, and they had nothing, except the butcher, who had stepped out of his shop and put himself in the road, and who was going to be killed in about 90 seconds. So I walked out and stood next to him. My thinking was not noble, and I am not going to dress it up. My first thought was that this was a magistrate abusing a statute in the capital in daylight, which meant he did it every week, which meant the statute was rotten, which meant I had found something worth breaking. My second thought was that the girl had not made a sound and had not looked down. Zheng Zhi looked at what had arrived at his procession, a butcher and a child in good clothes. He told his runners to clear the road. 30 men came off the line. Here is what I had on that street in that moment. Strength past the ceiling of the human scale. Speed at 288 out of 300. A body the system had rebuilt from the inside out, and that I had never used on anything except a jujube tree and an iron ruler. And 30 county runners with sticks. It took me about 12 seconds, and I did not close my hand once. That matters for what came after. I did not punch a single one of them. I went through that line with the flat of my hands and my shoulder and one foot, and I put every single man down on the paving stones in a way that would hurt for a month and heal in 2. Because you cannot kill county runners in the street. County runners are men with families who took the only job that was offered. The man you want is the one holding the paper. Zheng Zhi was still holding it when I got to the carriage. I kicked the wheel. The carriage went over. Not tipped. Over and about 6 feet sideways, and the magistrate of a county came out of the door of it in a way that involved no dignity at all, and landed on the road, and his teeth landed slightly after him. Then I stood on his hand and asked him to read me the paper again. He couldn't, on account of the teeth. It came out as noise, and 200 people in that street heard the noise. And let me describe what happened in that crowd, because it was the first time I saw it, and it was the thing I would use for the rest of my life in that city. They laughed. Not all at once, a few at the back, then more. The sound of 200 people who have been afraid of a man for 4 years discovering, all together, in one afternoon, that he makes a funny noise when he loses his teeth. That is what fear is. It is very heavy and very thin, and when it goes all at once. I let his hand up. I told him to go and file whatever he liked, and to be sure to spell my name correctly. And I told him he'd want to hurry, because there was going to be a session about him, and I did not want him to miss it. Then I turned around to the butcher, who was still standing there, holding his cleaver, entirely unsure what had happened to his afternoon. His name was Hao Sheng. He was 19. He sold dog meat. He had stepped in front of 20 armed men for a neighbor's daughter he barely knew, and had fully intended to die about it, and had not thought past that. I asked him to come work for me. He said no. He said no because of his shop and his mother, and because he did not know me, and I said I would double whatever the shop made, and he said that was not the point. And you should know that this went on for a while, and I lost every round of it. So I fought him. Not seriously. I let him swing and I stepped, and he swung again and I stepped, and after about a minute of a large young man attempting to hit a small boy in an empty street, the crowd came back to watch, and after 2 minutes he stopped and put his hands on his knees. "You are not moving," he said. "I'm moving, you're just slow." "I am not slow." "Hao Sheng, there is a butcher's stall over there with your name on it, and a woman inside it who has been shouting at you for 2 minutes. Do you know what you did this afternoon?" He said he had done nothing. I said, "You stood in the road. 200 people didn't. And in about a month, I am going to need men who stand in the road, and I would rather have one of you than 100 of them." He came. The system gave me a pistol for it, which was a strange thing to receive on a public street, and which I did not take out of my sleeve for another 6 weeks. The Yu family came too. I did it carefully because I had just seen exactly what the world did to a girl with no money in it, and the last thing she needed was another powerful household deciding where she lived, so I hired her brother. Bai Shi could read, could keep accounts, and had been beaten in the street minutes earlier for a debt he had inherited. I put him on the books at the new restaurant at a clerk's wage and paid the 1,100 coins off in front of him so he could watch it happen. And I told him his sister could take a room in the property or not, as she liked, and that either way, the wage was his. She took the room. She also took over the kitchen inside 4 days, which nobody authorized, and which I discovered by walking in and finding my own staff taking instructions from her. I want to describe that because it is one of my favorite things that happened in that city. I had hired a head cook, proper man, 20 years in a great household, expensive. And I had given him the iron woks and the chili and a dozen of my own recipes written out. And he had been in that kitchen a fortnight, and the food coming out of it was correct and joyless. I came in on the 4th morning of Bai Lan's residence, and she was standing at the pass with a cloth over her shoulder, and my expensive head cook was showing her a bowl. Not asking, showing. The way a man shows a thing to somebody whose opinion decides it. I stood in the doorway and listened for about 2 minutes. She told him the oil was not hot enough before the meat went in, and that he could hear it if he listened. She told him the fish had been in the pan 4 seconds too long. She told him the second wok was warped and had been warped since it arrived, and that he had been cooking around it for a fortnight instead of saying so, because he thought the warping was his fault. He looked as though somebody had taken a weight off him. Then she saw me in the doorway and went completely white, because she was a 17-year-old with no money and no family, standing in a prince's kitchen giving orders to a prince's staff. I asked her how much a head cook was worth. She did not answer. I asked my head cook. He said a great deal, and then he said, to his very great credit and entirely unprompted, that he would like to stay and work for her. I put her over that kitchen at his wage, and put him second at his own wage unreduced, which cost me a fortune and was the best transaction of that quarter. The restaurant opened 12 days later, and I did not advertise it at all, because I did not have a newspaper yet, and because I wanted to see whether the thing worked without me pushing it. 60 seats, 2 prices, a common floor with fixed dishes at 4 coins, and 6 private rooms upstairs where you paid what it cost. And the whole reason for the 2 floors was that I wanted the smell going out of that building at street level all day. The first evening we did 19 covers. The second evening we did 40. On the 4th evening there was a queue, and on the 9th evening a member of the Council of 9 came in through the front door onto the common floor and sat down at a shared table on a bench with 2 carters because the upstairs rooms were full and he had waited 40 minutes and he was not going to leave. That was the moment I knew. Bai Shi kept the books at the front, and he kept them beautifully, and he kept his sister's name off them for the first 2 months on the grounds that nobody would believe it. And then he stopped doing that, because by then everybody in the East Market knew who was behind the pass, and where she had come from, and what had nearly happened to her in the road, and it had become the reason people came. I did not plan that either. It kept happening to me that year. I would build a thing for a reason, and the city would take it and use it for something else, and the something else was always better. The restaurant, incidentally, was Sun Kai's house. I had never claimed it. I had the deed in a box and I had left it there because a deed in a box is worth more than a house, and because I was waiting to see what he'd do. What he did was ask me, at the end of a session, in a low voice, whether I would consider a rent. I said I'd consider a workshop. He had a second property, a big walled compound on the west side, half empty, with a stable block and 2 long buildings that had been a granary. I traded him his house back for it, and he thought he had robbed me, and I let him think that for about a year. Then I went to see about a teacher, because the tutor situation had become a court matter, and I needed to close it. There was one man in Shenyang the court could not overrule, and he was 70, and he had not left his own garden in 4 years. Li Wei, Marquis of Wucheng. He took Chu with 600,000 men after Ma Jian lost 200,000 trying it with a fifth of that. And then he went home and stayed home and outlived every enemy he had at court by the simple method of being extremely boring on purpose. I went to his house without an appointment. He was sitting in the garden with a bowl of tea. He did not get up. He looked at me the way you look at weather coming. "You are the one who ruined my son," he said. "He ruined himself. I just watched. He carried you around a yard on his back with noises." Li Wei drank some tea. "Yes," he said. "I heard about the noises." We sat there for a while. Then he asked me why I had come, and I told him, because the court is going to keep sending me scholars, and I am going to keep breaking their equipment, and the only way to stop that is for somebody they cannot argue with to say he has taken me on. "And what would I be teaching?" he said. "Nothing. That's the point. I want your name on a door." He set the bowl down. "No," he said. Then he pointed at the pair of stone lions flanking his gate. Old ones, weathered, the sort of thing 4 men move with poles and rollers. "Move that one," he said, "and I will teach you properly." Let me be clear that he was not testing my strength. He knew exactly what I was. Everybody in Shenyang knew about the Iron Ruler by then. He was testing whether I would do a stupid thing in front of an audience of 1 old man in a garden just because he asked. I walked over and put both hands under the base, and I stood up with it. I should describe the noise the gravel made. And the noise Li Wei made, which was nothing at all, because he had decided in advance that he would not react, and he stuck to it, and only much later did I find out he made his steward write the date down. I put it on the other side of the gate, facing wrong, and left it there. He taught me for a year. Not tactics at first. He taught me maps. He taught me the difference between a road on a map and a road you march 12,000 men down in the rain. And he taught me that logistics is not the boring part of war. Logistics is war, and everything else is just the noise it makes when it lands. I paid him in things. The first thing was a saddle. Great Qin rode on a pad, a cloth, a girth, sometimes a low wooden frame, and you gripped with your legs, and that was it. There were no stirrups. Nobody in the world had stirrups. And that one absence shaped everything about how cavalry fought, because a man with nothing under his feet cannot put his weight into a strike, cannot stand, cannot brace, cannot use a long weapon properly at speed. He can shoot a short bow, and he can stab downward, and that is the ceiling. I drew a saddle with a raised front and back and 2 iron loops hanging off it, and I handed it to a 70-year-old man who had commanded the largest army ever assembled in that world. He looked at it for a long time. Then he stood up out of his chair, which took a while, and went and got his own riding boot, and put his foot into an imaginary loop in the air, and stood there in his own garden with his weight on nothing, working out what a man could do with it. Bows, he said, from the saddle, at the gallop. Yes. With the reins loose. Yes. And a long spear, couched, braced. He was not looking at me anymore. How many li would a man with this beat a man without it? He wouldn't beat him by li, he'd beat him by 10 to 1. Li Wei sat back down. He was quiet for a full minute, and then he said, in a completely different voice, I fought 40 years without this. You didn't know. No, he said, that is the part. He was my teacher after that, and I never had to ask again. The salt came out of that month too, and it is going to make me a great deal of money in a few pages, so I'll be brief. Salt in Great Qin was gray. It was gray, and it was gritty, and it had a bitter edge on the back of it, because it was boiled seawater, with everything still in it. And everything included things you would not want. The good salt, the tribute salt, was slightly less gray. Dissolve it. Filter it. Add a little lime and a little soda, and let the bad parts fall out as a sludge. Filter again. Boil it down slow. What comes out the other end is white. I made a jar of it in the Bureau of Fire in one afternoon, and I sat and looked at it for a while, because I understood exactly what I was holding. And it was not seasoning. Zheng Zhe, meanwhile, had gone crying to the right house. Guo Liang heard him out. He asked one question, which was what the child looked like, and Zheng Zhe described a boy of 5 in good clothes who had turned a carriage over with his foot. And Guo Liang went very still. And then he began to laugh, and Zheng Zhe did not understand why. Because Guo Liang had been waiting 5 months for the boy to leave the palace and do something in front of witnesses. Now he had a magistrate with no teeth, 30 injured county runners, 200 civilians, and a public street. They filed the second impeachment that week, and this time it was not about a building. The night before the session, I cooked skewers in the courtyard of my mother's palace, because I have found that the best way to prepare for a trial is to grill something. Meat on sticks over charcoal. Cumin, chili, salt, and the salt was mine, the white kind, and I had been waiting 2 weeks for the right table to put it on. The emperor came because he always came now. He arrived without announcement and sat down on a stool like a man at a roadside stall, and Han Chung stood behind him in silent agony. And my mother poured for both of us and did not say anything, which I have come to understand is the most powerful thing she does. I gave him the jar halfway through. He tipped a little into his palm. He looked at it, he tasted it, and then he did the thing he always did with anything I put in front of him, which was to stop being a person for a second and start being an accountant. How much of this exists, he said. About 4 caddies. How much can exist? As much as there is gray salt. It's the same salt, I'm just taking things out of it. He set the jar down very carefully. Understand that salt was not a condiment in that world. Salt was a state monopoly and about 1/5 of everything the treasury took in. It was the second most political substance in the empire after grain, and the good stuff went to a dozen families and the tribute list, and every ordinary person in Great Qin ate gray grit that tasted faintly of a lake. The court will want the process, he said. The court can have the process. I want 1/10. 1/10 of what? 1/10 of what it earns. Forever. He looked at me for a long moment. He was doing the number. I watched him get to the end of the number and decide not to say it out loud. Done, he said. And that was the largest single transaction of my life to that point, and it happened over grilled mutton between two people sitting on stools, and neither of us wrote anything down. I have thought about that a lot since. Then I did the chicken. Let me say that I planned this. I did not plan this. What happened was that there was a roast chicken on the table, and he reached for it, and I got there first. And I tore off the part right at the back, the little triangle above the tail, and I put it on his plate with enormous ceremony and told him it was the best cut and was traditionally reserved for the head of a household. He ate it. He ate it with dignity. He ate it while 3 of my kitchen staff stood in the shadow of the wall with their hands over their mouths and their shoulders going. And my mother, who knew perfectly well what that piece was, looked directly at the sky. He was halfway through when he registered the noise level. "What," he said, "is the part I have eaten? It's the Pope's nose. What is a pope? Nobody. It's the tail." Qin Hao put down a chicken tail and looked at his son and said in a tone of pure administrative fatigue, "One day I am going to have you beaten." He never did. He threatened it roughly 400 times over the following 2 years, and he never once did it. And by the end of it, the threat had become a form of affection, which is a strange thing to be able to say about that particular man. The impeachment went off the next morning. Guo Liang did it himself, which surprised me. He came out into the middle of Qilin Hall, and he was good, much better than Ma Jian had been. He did not shout. He laid out a sequence. He said, "On the 9th day, in the Eastern Market District, a county magistrate lawfully executing a writ of debt was assaulted." He said, 30 officers of the county were injured, some seriously. He said, the magistrate himself was struck, disfigured, and publicly humiliated in front of 200 people, and the writ was destroyed. He said, "I do not accuse a child. A child of 5 cannot form the intent. I accuse those around him." Beautiful. Genuinely beautiful. He was going for my mother and Li Tong in one stroke, and he never once said either name. Then they brought some Zhi in. They had dressed him for it. He came in bandaged and hobbling, supported on both sides, and he got down on the floor and produced a sound of grief that filled the hall. And he laid his hand flat on the stone and held it up so everyone could see it was strapped. That was the mistake. Let me be precise about which mistake it was, because it was not the theater. The theater was fine. The mistake was that he put his hand on the floor. I walked out. Nobody stopped me. And I walked past him, and I put my foot on that hand, and I put my weight on it, casually, without looking down, the way you step on a doorstep. The hall made a noise. He screamed, really screamed, not the performance one, and I let it go on for exactly as long as it took the whole room to hear the difference between the two. And then I stepped off and turned around and addressed the throne. "He says he was executing a writ," I said. "Let's read the writ." I had it. Of course I had it. I had picked it up off the paving stones 12 days earlier with 200 witnesses watching me do it, and it was in my sleeve, and I unrolled it in the middle of Qilin Hall and read the whole thing out loud in my extremely small voice. 1,100 coins, against a household of 2 persons, seizure of persons and property, signed and sealed by the magistrate of the county, dated 12 days ago. Then I read out the second thing, which was the ledger entry that Bai Shi had kept, in his own hand, going back 4 years, showing that debt at 300 coins, and showing what had been added to it, month, by the same office that was now collecting it. 300 coins became 1,100 by administration. Fees, reviews, filing costs, a charge for the writ, and then a charge for the review of the charge for the writ. I said, "This is not a debt. This is a machine for making people into property." Then I did the actual move, and this is the one I'll explain because it is the whole art. I turned to Guo Liang and I said, "You have told this court that this magistrate acted lawfully." He said he had. I said, "Then you are telling this court that the law of Great Qin, which was written by His Majesty, permits a county officer to inflate a debt 4-fold and then take a family for it." And Guo Liang stopped, because there was no way out of that sentence. He could say yes, in which case he had just accused the emperor's legal code of being a fraud in open court. He could say no, in which case the magistrate had acted unlawfully and the entire impeachment collapsed into a case against his own witness. He took about 3 seconds. Everybody watched him take them. He said the law was of course perfect and that any fault must lie with its execution, and that was that. Zheng Zhi went to the Ministry of Justice that afternoon, and he did not come out of it. The writ statute got amended within the month, and honestly, I did not push for the amendment. Duan Wei pushed for it. He drafted it himself, fast, thoroughly, and it was a good piece of law. Because the moment I turned his own man's argument into an attack on the code became his to defend, and Duan Wei defended things properly. That was the truth about him that took me a year to understand. He was not a villain who wanted the empire ruined. He was a man who had built an enormous machine and could not survive a world in which he was not the one holding it. And those two things looked identical for a very long time, and then, once, they didn't. Walking out of the hall, the system paid me. It maxed the last two numbers, agility and speed, both to 300, and then it handed me two things that changed what I was. Indestructible body, that's what it called it, and immunity to poison, which mattered more than the other one, in a palace, in that particular year. I found out what indestructible meant a fortnight later, when a 70-year-old man threw a sword at me. Li Wei came to the compound. He brought his granddaughter and his grandson, which was the first time anybody from that household had come to me instead of the reverse, and I understood that it was a visit of state dressed up as an afternoon. Li Hua came through the gate first and got straight to business. She had a list. She had written it out in a hand better than mine, and item 1 was that our two households now jointly owned a paper mill, and she wanted to see the accounts. She was 8. Li Bo was her cousin, 14, built like a fence post, and he had come to look at the boy his family had signed a contract with, and had arrived at his conclusion in about 4 seconds. He did not like me. He was extremely straightforward about it, which I have always preferred, and Li Wei sat down on a bench in my yard, watched all this for a while, and then, without any warning at all, drew and threw. It was an old man's throw. It was still faster than most men can swing. It went end over end across about 20 feet and took me in the chest. Li Hua screamed. That is not a detail I put in for effect. She screamed, and Li Bo went for his own knife, and Hao Sheng came around the corner of the building at a dead run with a cleaver. The sword slid off me and fell in the dust. There was a small hole in my shirt. There was nothing under the hole. Li Wei did not apologize. He looked at his own blade lying in my dirt, and then he looked at me, and he said one word. Good. Li Hua hit her grandfather with the list. That is 100% true. 8 years old, in front of the emperor's son, she went across that yard and hit the Marquis of Wucheng, conqueror of Chu, with a sheet of paper, twice, and told him that if he broke the other party to a signed agreement, the agreement would be void, and she would like him to consider that before he did any more throwing. Li Wei took the hitting. He looked, if anything, delighted, and Li Bo, who had come in disliking me, went home that day having watched a knife bounce off a 5-year-old. And he came back the next week on his own without being asked and started making himself useful, and he never really stopped. Then Li Wei and I fought a war on a table. He had a sand table 10 feet across, and he set out the map of a real campaign without telling me it was real. 2 rivers, a pass, a walled town, 1 road running north. He gave me 60,000 and himself 40,000 and told me to take the town. I lost. Obviously, I lost. But I want to tell you how I lost, because it was the most useful afternoon of my life in Great Qin. I did everything right for 2 hours. I fixed him at the pass with 1/3 of my strength. I took the ford at night, upstream, where he had 1 signal post. I cut the road behind him, and I got a column in between his army and his supply, and I did it in 4 days of table time with a supply line I could actually feed. And I had him. I had him so completely that I sat back from the table. He put 12,000 men on the board that had not been on the board. They came out of a valley I had walked past 3 times and dismissed, because it was small, because nothing that mattered was in it, and because on a sand table, a valley with nothing in it looks like a valley with nothing in it. He had been feeding them for 6 days off a granary I had not counted because it belonged to a town I had already taken. I had taken it and moved on. He had left the grain in it on purpose. My column died in 4 minutes. I sat and looked at the table for a while. You knew about the ford, I said. I hoped about the ford. You left the granary. I left the granary. He put both hands flat on the edge of the table and leaned on them, and he was 70, and he was completely unwinded. You fight like a man reading a book, he said. Every page is correct, but you turn the pages at the same speed all the way through, and so I know when you will be at the bottom of one. I have thought about that sentence roughly once a week ever since. The paper mill opened in the spring, and it was a riot, not the bad kind. I had put a notice out that the mill would buy straw, bark, hemp waste, and old rag by weight at a fixed price, in coin, from anybody. Anybody. That was the word that did it. Nobody in Great Qin bought anything from a peasant for coin. peasants paid. Peasants paid grain and paid labor and paid taxes, and the direction of that arrow had never once reversed in living memory. The queue outside that compound on the first morning went 400 paces down the road and around a corner. Men with carts, women with bundles on their heads, children with an armful of rice straw that had been on the roof of a shed hours earlier and that they had climbed up and taken. I paid every one of them, in coin, on the spot, from a table in the gateway with Bai Shi writing it down. And halfway through the second day, a man came to the front of the queue with nothing to sell and asked to see whoever ran the place. He was maybe 20, thin, extremely well-spoken, in a robe that had been good 4 years ago, and he had the manner of a person who had come down a long way and had decided to be graceful about it. He said he had heard the mill was hiring a manager. The mill was not hiring a manager. I said so. He said the mill had 400 people in it, 3 tally systems that did not agree, no fixed price schedule for grades of input, and a queue that was going to become a fight by evening because there was no numbering on it. I looked at the queue. He was right about the fight. So I set him a couplet, because that's what you did in that world when you wanted to test a man's mind and had no other instrument, and because I had a good one. He capped it in about 6 seconds. I gave him a harder one. He capped that too, and then he gave me one, and I want to admit publicly that I did not get it. And I sat there in the gate of my own mill for a while, with everybody watching, and then I said I'd owe him. He said, "Sun Gang," and bowed. I hired him at 4 times what he asked for, and he asked me why, and I told him the truth, which was, because in about a year, I am going to need somebody who can look at a queue and see a fight in it before the fight happens. And there are maybe 4 people alive who do that. He ran that mill for a year, and then he ran 3 other things, and then he ran something else entirely, and I will get to it. Meanwhile, Madame Chen tried to have a nice afternoon by the water, and I ruined her skin. This was pettier than my other work, and I regret nothing. She had been at my mother for 2 months. Nothing you could point at. Precedence at a banquet, a seat, an order of pouring, the specific machinery a woman of 20 years standing uses on a woman of 2 months. And my mother absorbed all of it without one word, because she thought complaining would embarrass me. So I mentioned, in her hearing, at the right moment, that the emperor had lately developed a great enthusiasm for fish, and had spoken warmly of women who fish, and that the best hour for it on the palace lake was the hour after noon. She was out on the bank at noon with an attendant holding a parasol. She was out there for 3 hours, in the middle of summer, on white stone with the sun off the water and the parasol covering roughly her hat. She caught 4 fish. She had them boiled plain and served that evening with enormous ceremony, and the emperor of Great Qin, who had by then spent 4 months eating things cooked in oil and chili and cumin, put a piece of unsalted boiled carp in his mouth in front of 14 people and could not get his face to cooperate. He said it was very healthful. That was the whole sentence. Very healthful. And then he had rice. She was red for 8 days. She peeled. And the story went around that palace at the speed of a lit fuse, and after that the business with my mother's seating arrangements stopped, and Madame Chen went and did something much more sensible, which was to go and see Duan Wei. I know exactly what she paid him, because his steward liked being paid twice. She paid him money, which was nothing, and she paid him the other thing, which was Liu Jun. Her son, 22, presentable and available to be a chancellor's candidate for the succession in a court that had suddenly started noticing that the emperor's favorite child was 5 and had a village weaver for a mother. Duan Wei did not accept. Duan Wei never accepted anything. He simply did not decline, and let her leave believing what she needed to believe, and I would bet a mill that he had already worked out that the third prince was not going to be the answer to anything. That same week the mill made its first full run. Not my gray, lumpy village sheets, real paper, 11,000 sheets in a day, white enough to write on properly, thin enough to fold, strong enough that you could pull it and it argued with you. Zhang Lei brought me the first stack himself, with his hands not entirely steady, and he had that look men get when a thing they have been fighting for 4 months stops fighting back. I paid every man on the floor 1 gold, not a bonus in grain. Gold in the hand that day 411 times. A gold piece was more than most of them had held at one time in their lives. There was a man in the drying shed who sat down on the floor. Then I priced the paper at 2 coins a sheet. Sun Kai came at me about it in the corridor before I even got it into the session. 2 coins, He had the figures, he'd done them overnight. He had it at 15 coins a sheet minimum, and he said 15 was leaving money in the street, and he was right. I said, at 15 coins, who buys it? He said, the court, the ministries, the great houses. I said, about 900 people, and at 2 coins, every clerk in every county office in 36 commanderies, every merchant with a ledger, every family with a son they are trying to educate, and every man who has ever wanted to write his father a letter and could not lift the letter. I said, I don't want 900 customers. I want the empire to forget bamboo exists. The emperor asked me for 100,000 sheets for the ministries immediately. I said, no. Note that the hall got very quiet for that one, because he had asked in the proper form, and I had refused in the improper one, and Duan Wei's head came up like a dog hearing a gate. I said, you can have 20,000, and the rest goes to the market, because if the first 100,000 sheets of paper in the history of the world all go into government offices, then paper becomes a thing the government has, and in 10 years there will be a bureau that licenses it and a fee for using it. I said, let it get out first. Once every household has it, you can never put it back in a box. He sat with that for a while. Then he said, all right. And then he said the thing I had actually come into that session for, which was to ask me what I wanted. And I said, 3,000 men, household troops, my own. Not a guard detail seconded from a general who reports to a ministry. Mine, on my books, paid by me. Duan Wei objected immediately and correctly. He said no prince of the blood held private soldiers, that it was expressly barred, that this was how the warring states had happened in the first place. I said I'd take 1,000 from the existing garrison and recruit the other 2,000 myself out of my own pocket from men with no family in the army, and that every name would be filed with the Ministry of War. The emperor gave me the token that afternoon, gold, split, the half that moves troops. He put it in my hand and closed my fingers over it and said quietly, so only I heard it, do not make me regret this in front of them. I said I'd make him regret it in private, like a gentleman. The mill opened properly on the 1st of the month, and I did not want a ribbon. Xianyang had a ceremony for openings. You bring a priest, you kill a pig, you say the words, 3 people watch. I had 400,000 potential customers behind those walls, and I was not going to reach them with a pig. So I put a fire in a bag and flew it over the city. The bag was paper, 11 layers of it, my own paper, pasted over a bamboo frame the size of a room, with a woven basket underneath and a brazier of charcoal hanging in the mouth. Zhang Lei built it in 12 days and told me twice a day for 12 days that it would not work. And on the 10th day, it lifted off my own courtyard with 2 sacks of sand in it and went up until it was the size of a coin. Li Bo volunteered to ride it. Nobody asked him. He was 14. He walked up to me in front of about 30 people and said he'd go. And when I asked him why, he said, and I quote, because everyone will see me. There are worse reasons. I have used worse. We went up at dawn from the field east of the compound, tethered on 2 long ropes with 20 men on each, and by the time we were over the wall, the whole city was awake and out and looking up. Try to hold what that was. In that year, in that world, the highest a human being had ever been was a tower. Nothing flew except birds and arrows. Nobody had ever seen the shape of their own city. 400,000 people came into the streets, and the noise came up at us like weather. It got into the basket. You could feel it on your face. Li Bo leaned over the edge and started shouting the name of the mill. Then we cut the banner loose. 80 feet of paper on a bamboo batten, with the opening couplet on it in characters 4 feet tall, in my hand, which by then was a very good hand indeed. It unrolled all the way down out of the bottom of the basket and hung there under us like the tongue of a very expensive animal. And we took it over the market and over the palace and low over the main road. Half the court came out onto the terrace. I saw them from about 300 feet up. I saw Duan Wei standing at the rail with his hands in his sleeves, not moving, while everybody around him pointed. And I saw the emperor come out and put both hands on the stone and look up and stay there and not go back in. We came down in the field and there were 12,000 people around the compound by noon. They did not all want paper. Most of them could not write. They came because a thing had gone over their heads, and they wanted to stand near where it came from. And about 1 in 10 of them bought a sheet anyway, to have it, and I have never sold anything easier in my life. Li Bo was famous for 4 months. He got completely unbearable, and then he got over it, mostly. I started building the army the same week, and the first thing I did was throw away the list. The garrison sent me 1,000 men, which was the deal, and they sent me exactly the 1,000 you would expect, the ones their officers were happy to lose. Old, slow, connected, or all three. There were 4 men on that roster who were the nephews of somebody. I kept 206 of them and sent the rest back with a note. The note was polite. It said I was grateful, that the men were excellent, and that I had unfortunately over-ordered. Every officer in Xianyang understood that note perfectly. One of the ones I sent back was General Ma Jian's nephew, and he came and found me about it in the street outside the compound with 6 friends. He was 19. He was extremely good-looking, and he had that particular voice, the one that has never had to finish a sentence in a hurry. He wanted to know on whose authority a garrison officer of his family had been dismissed by a child. Hao Sheng stepped up. I put a hand on his arm, because it had to be me, in the street, again, in front of people. Not my butcher. I let him swing first. I want that recorded too. He swung, and I let it go past, and then I put him on the ground with an open hand, and I did the same for the 6 friends in about the time it takes to pour tea. And then I stood on the road and asked, at a normal speaking volume, whether anybody else's family had a question. Nobody's family had a question. Then I went and did the thing I actually wanted, which was to walk the barracks lists myself. I found him on the 4th morning, in a courtyard, holding a broom. He was maybe 22, tall, badly fed, and he had been on the roster for 2 years as a granary guard, which is where an army puts a man it has decided is useless. There was a note on his file. Insubordinate, argues with superiors about orders. That is the single best recommendation a personnel file can carry, and every army on Earth writes it in the wrong column. I asked him what he was arguing about. He said the granary rotation was wrong, that they were issuing from the front and stacking at the back, so the oldest grain sat in the corner for 3 years and went to weevil, and that he had said so, and that he had said so a second time in writing, and that this was why he had a broom. Then, unprompted, standing in a courtyard with a broom in his hand, he told me how he would take Xianyang. He had thought about it, in detail, approach, water, which gate, which hour, what to do with the road east. It was the kind of thing that gets a man killed for saying out loud, and he said it to a stranger because I had asked him a real question, and nobody had asked him a real question in 2 years. His name was Han Xin. I made him a captain that afternoon, and every officer in the compound came to complain, and I let them complain. And then I told them that the man now outranked them, and they could take it up with him. Then I opened the recruitment to the city. Public notice. Any free man, 16 to 28, no requirement of family, no requirement of any prior service, and here is the line that did it. Pay in coin, monthly, paid to your household if you fall. 13,000 men came. I only wanted 2,000. So I built the trials, and I built them to find something other than strength, because strength is common, and I had a whole empire full of farm boys who could carry a sack. Day 1 was a weighted march. 30 caddies on the back, 20 li, and every man who dropped his load was out even if he finished first. Day 2 was the wall. A smooth face, 12 feet, and 1 rule. Your whole group of 10 gets over, or nobody's time counts. No ropes. I stood on a box and watched 200 groups of strangers rediscover the boarding line and the man as ladder in the space of an afternoon. And the ones I marked were never the man on top. They were the man at the bottom who stayed at the bottom, and the man who organized it in the first 90 seconds. Day 3 was the whistle, and day 3 is the one I am proudest of. I taught them 4 notes on the first evening, once, standing on a cart in front of 13,000 men at dusk for about 90 seconds. 1 note, form on your own 10. 2 notes, ground everything and lie flat. 3, move west. A long one, silence, absolute, nobody moves. Then I said goodnight and got down off the cart and did not mention it again. I blew the first one at the 11th hour of the following morning, in the middle of the march, with no warning. About a fifth of that field went down flat. About a fifth started forming up. The rest turned around and looked for an officer, and every man who turned around and looked for an officer had his number taken by a clerk on a horse. I blew 2 notes at supper on the second evening, and 400 men lay down in a mess line with bowls in their hands. And then, at the 4th hour of the second night, in the dark, with a hard rain coming across the field, I stood in the middle of 13,000 sleeping men and blew 1 long note. Silence. Absolute. Nobody moves. There is no way to describe what that sounds like when it works, and it did not work. Not at first. There was a wave of noise across that camp, men waking up, men asking what, men getting up and getting hit by other men who were trying to hear. And then it spread, not from the middle, from about 6 separate places at once, and each of those places was one man who had woken up on the correct note and had put a hand on the shoulder of the man next to him. 11,000 people in the rain, in the dark, and in about 40 seconds, the whole field went quiet. I stood out there for 4 minutes and did not release them because I wanted to know how long it would hold. And it held for 4 minutes with a rainstorm on it, and Han Xin, next to me, said very quietly that he had never in his life been in a camp that could do that. I did not tell him it was a lie. Those men were not disciplined. 9 of them were disciplined, and the other 13,000 were copying, and copying is not the same thing. But copying is where it starts, and I marked down all 6. Day 4 was the swamp, cold water to the chest, 400 paces, in the dark, at the 3rd hour. Blunted arrows going into the water from the banks, which sounds cruel, and which was, in fact, the single most useful hour of the whole selection, because a blunt arrow hitting water beside your head at night does exactly one thing. It tells you which men can keep going toward a place they cannot see while something is happening they cannot control. 900 quit in the first 50 paces. That is not a criticism of them. That water was very cold, and it was very dark, and none of them had signed anything. I stood on the bank with a lamp. I did not shout. There is a moment out in that kind of water at about the 200th pace where a man stops and looks around and decides. And I wanted every one of them to make that decision in silence with nobody yelling at him. Chang Hu came out of that swamp last, and I have already told you why, but here is the part I left out. He came out with a man over his shoulder. Not the 11th one. The 11th one had walked out on his own an hour earlier. This was a boy of about 17, who had gone under about 80 paces from the far bank, and who had been down long enough that Chang Hu had had to feel for him along the bottom, and who was not breathing when they came out. Chang Hu put him on the mud and knelt on him and did something that I want to be clear was not any technique I taught anybody. He did the thing a fisherman's son from a river village does to a person he has pulled out of a river, which is push on them and swear at them. And the boy coughed up about a bowl of swamp and started shouting. They both failed the trial. Officially, neither of them completed 400 paces. I enlisted both of them at dawn and had the pass criteria rewritten that morning to include a clause about assistance, and Han Xin argued with me about it for an hour on the grounds that it made the trial unmeasurable. I said good. I said I do not want a measurable trial. I want 2,000 men who will go back into black water for somebody whose name they learned yesterday. And if that is not measurable, then we will measure something else. That boy's name was Liu Chang. He was in the 3rd rank at Hengpu 11 months later, and he is the reason I ever went to Zhejiang at all. 2,040 men finished, which was almost exactly the number I needed, and I did not decide that, they did. I found Chang Hu on day 4. He was in the swamp, 20 paces off the line, going back for somebody. He had been going back for people all night. He was a fisherman's son with a scar down one arm and a habit of laughing at the wrong moment. And he had gone back 7 times, and by the end of it, he was the last man in the water. I put him under Han Xin and told Han Xin to teach him everything, and Han Xin said he would rather not, which is how I knew it would work. I named it the Flying Eagle. Black tunics and one thing on the collar, a stitched tag with the man's own name, his village, and a number. Every soldier in Great Qin was a number in a ledger somewhere, and none of them wore it. I put their names on the outside of them, and the first week they thought it was strange, and by the second week, I saw men checking each other's. Then the grand astrologer came for me, and this was the one that nearly worked. His name was Lin Bao. He was 74. He held the office of reading heaven, and that was not a joke office. That man's word on a star could move an army, cancel a wedding, or end a career, and there was no counter-argument available, because the sky does not testify. He came into court on a spring morning and reported that the Z-Wei star, which is the emperor's star, had been fouled, that a small, dim, irregular body had come near it out of the wrong quarter of heaven, that the presence of a low thing beside the high thing was a warning, and that heaven had further signaled its displeasure by withholding rain for 41 days. He did not name me. He didn't have to. There was a 5-year-old in the room whose mother had come out of a village, and the drought was real. That was the terrible part. It had been dry for 6 weeks, the winter wheat was in trouble in 3 commanderies, and every man in that hall had walked past a dry ditch that morning. The emperor's face was very still. I could feel the room going. Not because they believed in the star, though most of them did, because they wanted a reason. And here was one, and it came with a free explanation for the weather. So I bet him. I stepped out and I said, "The grand astrologer says heaven is displeased with a low thing near a high one." "Fine, then let heaven say it directly. Give me 3 days and a hill outside the city, and I will call heaven down onto a spot I mark in advance, in front of the whole court." I said, "If it comes, the office of the grand astrologer retires." Lin Bao took it. He was 74, and he had been reading the sky for 50 years, and he knew, absolutely knew, that no man calls lightning. Here is what I actually did. There were storm heads on the western horizon for 2 days. Not rain. Dry thunder, the kind that walks along a ridge and doesn't come down, the kind that had been sitting out there for a week and that every farmer in the valley had been swearing at. I picked the hill. High, bare, the highest thing for 4 li. I had Jiang Lei drive an iron spear into the crown of it, 12 feet, and I had a chain run down from the spear into a pit of wet charcoal and salt, and I stood a scarecrow beside it in a scholar's robe. The court came out to watch, all of them. It was the biggest crowd anybody had assembled for anything that year. And on the scarecrow's chest, in characters a foot high, in my own hand, I had written the name of the grand astrologer. I want to describe Lin Bao's face when he read it, because up until that moment he had been serene, and the serenity came off him like a coat, because he had made this a contest of heaven's opinion, and I had just put his name on the target. We waited 2 hours. The court did not enjoy it. Somebody fainted. Then the sky came over the ridge, and the light went that color, and I told everybody to move back 40 paces, and I meant it. It hit the spear at about the 4th hour. I have seen artillery. That was louder. It came down white, and it went into that pit, and the pit came out of the ground, and the scarecrow was gone. Not burnt. Gone. There were pieces of scholar's robe in the air over that hill for a quarter of a minute, and every man in the imperial court of Great Qin was on the ground. And then it rained. Not a shower. It broke over the whole valley, and it came down for 2 days, and it filled the ditches in 3 commanderies. And I stood on that hill absolutely soaked, with my hair in my eyes, and I did not say one single word, because there was nothing I could possibly have added. Lin Bao tendered his retirement in writing before he left the hill. The emperor granted it, with full stipend, with his rank kept, with his name on the register of the honored, and appointed his second to the office pending training of a successor. Under the retirement system, which had not passed yet, which passed 12 days later without one voice against it, because the first man to go under it had gone with honor and a pension, and every old man in that hall had just watched what happens to the ones who fight. I hadn't planned that, I will be honest. I had planned to humiliate an astrologer. The rest was luck, and I took the credit for it anyway. Then, standing in the mud while they were still picking themselves up, I said the other thing. I said, "Since we are discussing threats to the throne, the one you should be watching is 900 li south, and his name is Guo Yu." Nobody knew the name. 2 men knew the name. I said, "He commands the southern garrison in Nanhai. 50,000 men who went down there to hold the Lingnan country and have now been down there for years. Their commander died and Guo Yu took the seal. He has closed the mountain passes. He has stopped sending reports and started sending pleasantries." I said, "He is not going to rebel this year. He is going to become a country while nobody is looking, and one morning you will find that a piece of the world you conquered simply belongs to somebody else, and the road down there is a footpath through a gorge, and by then it will cost you 200,000 men to take back a thing you already own." The emperor asked me how I knew. I said the same way I knew about the fish. He looked at me a long moment in the rain, and then he told Zhou Feng to open a file. That night we sat in the study, and I made my other argument, the one I'd been saving, and it went badly. I said, "Let merchants sit exams." He said, "No," before I finished. I want to explain the position. Great Qin ranked people, officials, then farmers, then craftsmen, then merchants at the bottom. A merchant could not wear silk. His sons could not hold office. He paid a doubled head tax. And the reason for all of it was a genuine one, which is that a state that runs on grain fears a class of men who can move value around faster than a magistrate can count it. I said, "You have 36 commanderies and 1 road system, and no way to move anything but grain and soldiers. Merchants are the only people in your empire who know where things are and what they cost. and you have made it illegal for them to tell you. He said, they produce nothing. I said, neither does a general. He didn't like that, but he sat with it, and he did not throw me out. And a year later, he did something about it, which is a story for later. Then we planned a robbery, because I had 400 caddies of white salt sitting in a warehouse, and I was not going to sell it at a fair price. Here was the situation. The court knew there was a new salt. They had all tasted it at my table. It was going to become a state monopoly product, and the price would settle where the throne set it. And everybody in that hall had already worked out that whatever it settled at, the first quantity to reach the market would be worth 10 times that to a family that wanted to be first. Great houses had been sending people to my compound for 2 weeks, politely, with gifts, so I gave them what they wanted. I put Chang Hu in a merchant's robe on the East Market with 2 carts and a story. He was a trader from the coast. His salt came from a place beyond the eastern islands where the sea is different. He had 1,200 caddies and no more coming, ever, because the source was a secret and the journey had cost him 2 ships. Price, 1 gold per ounce. 1 gold per ounce for salt. That is not a price, that is an insult with a number attached, and I said it there deliberately because I needed it to be so absurd that the only people who could buy it were the exact people I wanted to rob. He sold out the first cart in 90 minutes. I sat on a roof across the street and watched the great houses of Xianyang fight over a cart. Actually fight. There was a steward of one family and a steward of another, with hands on each other's collars, and the second cart went at 1 gold and 2, and then at 1 and 4, because Chang Hu, who I want you to remember was a fisherman's son from a village, looked at the crowd and raised his own price on the spot without being told to. The Cui family bought 100 caddies, 100, in one transaction. Clilian himself sent his son with a mule train and cleaned out the last of it, and I found out later that he had done it on borrowed money, and that he had done it because he had also heard the throne was going to name a supplier, and he intended to be holding the entire private stock of the empire when that happened. Li Wei read the whole thing from his garden. I had not told him. I went to see him that evening, and he was sitting with tea, and he did not even look up. He said, "You have a boy in a robe on the East Market." I said, "Maybe." He said, "He has a story about islands. And tomorrow, he will have very little left, and the day after tomorrow, there will be none at all. And the price will double again in the houses that have it. And then the throne will announce a supply." He drank some tea. "And then it will be 2 coins a caddy," he said, "like the paper." I said nothing at all. "I am 70, said Li Wei, "and I have been robbed twice in my life, and I did not see either one coming, and one of them is happening now in my own city, and I am not even angry." He put the bowl down. "Do you know why?" I said no. "Because you did not take it from the poor," he said. "That is a very unusual habit in a person who steals. Keep it." Day 2 went exactly as he said, and I watched all of it from the same roof. I got up there before dawn with a bag of walnuts, and Han Xin, who thought the whole enterprise was beneath me, and said so twice. The first buyer arrived while it was still dark. A steward, alone, on foot, without a lantern, which told me his household had sent him out the back gate and told him not to be seen. He offered 1 gold and 2 an ounce before Chang Hu had finished untying the cart. Chang Hu said the price was 1 gold and 4 this morning. The steward said it had been 1 gold yesterday, and Chang Hu, a fisherman's son from a river village who had been in the merchant business for approximately 6 hours, looked at him and said that yesterday there had been 2 carts. I ate a walnut. Han Xin said, "He is enjoying this." By the second hour, there were a dozen households in that square, and they had stopped pretending not to see each other. That is the moment a market turns, and let me describe it, because I have never seen it happen so fast. Up to that point, each of them believed they were the only one who knew. Each of them had sent a discreet man with a bag, and then they all stood in the same square at the same hour and looked at each other, and every single one of them arrived at the same thought at the same time, which was, if he is here, then this is real, and if this is real, then I have to buy now. Nobody bargained after that. They bid. The price went from 1 gold and 4 to 1 gold and 6 in about a quarter of an hour, and it was not Chang Hu pushing it, it was them pushing each other. And I sat on a roof and watched a market invent an auction with no auctioneer. The Kui mule train came in at about the 4th hour, 11 mules and a young man on a good horse at the front of them, and he did not send a steward, he came himself. And he came in loudly, and he stood up in his stirrups in the middle of that square and offered to take everything remaining at a fixed price. Everything. The whole cart, sight unseen, at 1 gold and 6. To be fair to He Xuan, who I am going to be extremely unfair to later, it was not a stupid move. If he was right about the throne naming a supplier, then buying the entire private stock in one transaction, publicly, was exactly correct. And 8 other households in that square hated him for the next quarter of an hour because he had thought of it first. Chang Hu looked up at the roof. Not obviously. He tilted his head about 2 inches while pretending to check a strap, and I ate another walnut, which was the signal for yes. 100 caddies, on to 12 mules. In front of a dozen great households, with a crowd of about 300 ordinary people standing around the edge of the square watching rich men buy salt at a price that would have fed a village for a year. That crowd is the part I did not plan, and the part that mattered most, because 4 days later the throne priced it at 10 coins, and every one of those 300 people had personally watched, with their own eyes, the great houses of Xianyang pay 1,000 times that. And there is no proclamation, no notice, no memorial, no herald in any market in the world that can do what 300 eyewitnesses do in a fortnight. Han Xin, on the roof, watching the mules go out of the square, said, "They will hate you for this." I said, "They already hate me." He said, "Not them, him." He meant the young man on the good horse, who was riding out at the head of 12 mules with his chin up, being watched by 300 people, and who did not yet know that he was being watched for the same reason you watch a man carry a full bowl. And then, at the last cart, in front of 200 people including buyers from a dozen great families, Han Xin came into the market with 40 men of the Flying Eagle and arrested him. Smuggling, sale of unlicensed salt. The charge was real, the statute was real, and every single person in that market watched a merchant from the coast get taken away in irons with his money box. You could hear the arithmetic happening, all across that square. Because if the trader was a smuggler, then his salt was contraband, and every caddy of it was now sitting in a warehouse belonging to a family that could be asked to explain it. While the salt was cooking, I went and ate the imperial menagerie. That is a sentence I did not expect to write about my own life, so let me explain. There was a park east of the palace, walled, 400 mu, and inside it were animals that had been sent as tribute from the ends of the world over 30 years. A rhinoceros, antelope from the western grass, a saiga with a nose like a bad decision. They were kept for the imperial hunt, which had not happened in 6 years, so mostly they were kept for the concept of the imperial hunt. 400 mu of walled, guarded, irrigated, deep-soiled land inside the capital. I asked for it. He said, "For what?" I said, "Potatoes." There was a pause of some length. I said, "I have 3 left and a quarter harvest owed to Sun Kai. And I need somewhere with a wall around it and men on the wall, because the single most valuable object in this empire right now is a tuber, and I would like to not lose it to a rat." He gave me the park. He asked what should be done with the animals. I said I'd handle it. I handled it. All 3 of the notable ones and 8 of the ordinary ones went through my kitchen over the following month, and I want to state that this was not vandalism. That saiga was 14 years old and had been standing in a pen since before I was born, and if there is a better end available to a large animal than being cooked properly by somebody who cares, I have not heard of it. The rhinoceros was terrible. I want to be honest about that. I braised it 8 different ways, and it was like eating a boot with opinions. The emperor found out about the antelope at dinner, mid-bite, and put his chopsticks down and asked whether he had just eaten a diplomatic gift from the Yueji. I said the Yueji would be honored. He picked the chopsticks back up. That was the whole conversation. 2 years earlier, a cook would have died for that. Instead, a 49-year-old man made a small noise of resignation and had more. The potatoes went in on the 12th. 3 of them, cut to eyes, in beds I laid out myself with Jiang Lei's men. And the system, apparently deciding that a man who has just planted the food supply of the next 1,000 years deserves a present, gave me archery. Not a bow, the knowledge, the whole thing, distance and drop and wind and the exact moment in the draw where the shot has already happened and your hands are just catching up. I went out to the wall that evening and put 20 arrows into a fence post at 140 paces in the dark. And I stood there afterward with a strange feeling in my chest, because I understood that the system had just handed me something, and I had no idea what for. I found out at the hunt, but the salt came first. The salt came first, and it was the most money I have ever made in an afternoon. Here is how it finished. Changhu in irons, a dozen great houses holding contraband, and every one of them spent that night working out whether to hide it, sell it, or come forward. Then the throne announced a supply. Refined salt, produced under license, available from imperial warehouses from the following day, at 10 coins an ounce. They had paid 1 gold. A gold was 1,000 coins. Sit inside that for a second. The Cui family had 100 caddies of salt in a warehouse that they had bought at 100 times what it was about to be worth on the open market, on borrowed money. And they found out at the same time as everybody else, which was from a notice on a wall. Hulian did not die that day, though I understand it was close. What he did was take a stick to his son in the courtyard of their own house, in front of the household, because his son had ridden out with the mule train and had come back proud. I did not enjoy that part. I want that on the record, too. I had aimed at a family, and I hit a 19-year-old idiot, and the 19-year-old idiot was going to spend the next year and a half doing increasingly stupid things about it. And every one of those stupid things was going to be, in some traceable way, my fault. Changhu was released on the 3rd day, on the grounds that the salt had been lawfully licensed after all, which surprised nobody by then. The accounting came to 98,700 gold. I took my 10th and I sent the rest to the treasury in 14 carts, in daylight, down the main road, with a flying eagle escort and the covers off. Sun Kai met the carts at the gate. He had the figure in advance. He had it for 2 days, and he still had to sit down on the mounting block. Then he stood up and asked me, in a very careful voice, whether the process could be applied to the existing state salt works. I said, all of them, all 31, same salt, same pans, 4 extra steps, and every commandery in the empire eats white by winter. He did the sum in his head. I watched him do it. He got a number so large that his face stopped working, and then he did the thing that made me love that man, which was that he looked at the carts and said out loud to nobody, the price will fall to nothing. Yes. We will earn less per caddy than we do now, much less, and we will earn 20 times more. Yes, because everyone will buy it, said Sun Kai, and everyone is a very large number. He went off to write it up, and he did not sleep for 2 days, and the memorial he produced was better than anything I could have drafted, because he had gotten there himself, and a man who gets there himself argues like it is his. Li Tong queued for an hour. Let me include this because it is the single funniest thing that happened that summer. The white salt went on sale at the imperial warehouses on the 1st day, and the line went around 2 blocks. And the Marquis of Tongwu, general of the Qin, conqueror of Wei, stood in it. He could have sent a servant. He could have sent 40 servants. He could have written the note and had it delivered. He stood in the line for an hour and a quarter with his hood up. He was recognized at about the 50-minute mark. Nobody said anything. Everybody knew. There was a woman in front of him with a basket who moved over slightly to make room and did not look at him once. And he bought 2 caddies like a citizen, and he told me about it himself that evening with tremendous satisfaction. It is very good salt, he said. You own part of the mill that packages it. It is very good salt, said Li Tong, and I bought it fairly. That was the last easy week I had for a year, because a man does not lose 100 caddies of salt and 100,000 gold and simply go home and think about it. Somewhere on the east side of that city, 4 men had watched me turn the great houses of Xianyang upside down in 2 afternoons, and had understood something that I had been too pleased with myself to notice. They could not beat me in a hall. They had tried 3 times. But in about 6 weeks, the emperor was going to declare a hunt, and a hunt happens in a wood, with weapons, where nobody can see anything. Li Hua came to the compound the same week to inspect her holdings, and I made the mistake of showing her the distillery. Understand that by then the alliance had settled into a working shape. She came twice a month. She read everything. She had opinions about the paper grades, and she was right about 2 of the 3. She called me short legs in front of my own staff, and I called her the board, and neither of us ever gave any ground on either. I showed her the still, and the aging shed, and the 3 products. 5 grains liquor was the strong one, the clear one, the one that had put 4 ministers on the floor. Qingfeng was lighter and cheaper, and was going to be the one that actually made the money. And the 3rd one I had made for a laugh, a plum thing, sweet, dark red, with no fire in it at all, that I had cooked down with sugar and cinnamon because Bai Lan liked plums. Li Hua pointed at the clear jar. I said no. She said she was a joint holder of the enterprise and had a right to inspect the goods. I said the goods would take the roof off her head. She said that was a matter for her to determine. So I poured her about a thimble, and she drank it like a marquis's daughter, in one go, with her chin up. I have seldom seen anything so satisfying. Her eyes went completely round. She did not cough, because coughing would have been a concession, and so she stood there in the middle of my aging shed with her whole face in a state of emergency and both eyes streaming, holding an empty cup. And she said, in a voice like a hinge, Clause 4. I said, what? Clause 4, said Li Hua, the pricing clause. I want it revised. And then she negotiated the pricing clause, for 4 minutes, while unable to feel her own tongue. And she won, because I could not stop laughing and I was not thinking about numbers, and to this day the Qingfeng margin split is worse for me than it should be because an 8-year-old drank something she shouldn't have and refused to acknowledge it. I gave her the plum one afterward. She drank the whole jar. She fell asleep in a cart on the way home holding it, and I carried her in to her father over one shoulder like a sack of grain, and Li Tong opened the door and looked at his daughter and then at me and said, "Is she injured?" I said she was full of plums. He took her without another word. I heard him laughing after the door shut. The emperor bought into the distillery 2 days later and tried to pay me with my own paper. He came to the compound personally. He walked around the aging shed. He asked how many jars a month, and I told him. And he asked what the margin was, and I told him that too, because there is no point lying to a man who can have your books read. Then he offered 50,000 gold for half. I said 49%. He said half. I said 49, and I said it in a way that ended the conversation, and he looked at me and understood exactly why, which is that a man with half can stop you, and a man with 49 cannot. 49, he said. Then he reached into his sleeve and brought out a bundle of paper and set it on the barrel between us. 50,000 coins in card debt, 6 days in a carriage, every note signed and thumbed. There, he said. I should describe the silence in that shed. Jiang Lei was there. 2 of my clerks were there. Hao Sheng was standing by the door with a jar under his arm, and none of them were breathing. That's 50,000 coins, I said. Yes. I asked for 50,000 gold. The emperor of Great Qin looked at the bundle of paper on the barrel. He had made an error of a factor of 1,000 in front of 4 witnesses, and I watched it arrive in his face. And I want you to know that this man had personally standardized the currency of the world. They are extremely fine notes, he said, with enormous dignity. They're notes you wrote to me. They are still notes. I let him keep the paper, and I took the gold, and I gave him 49%, and I had that bundle framed. Actually framed, in lacquer, and hung in the counting house of the distillery, where every visitor could see it. And he came to inspect the operation a year later and saw it on the wall and did not say a single word about it for the rest of his life. Then it was autumn, and the emperor decided to hunt. 6 years since the last one. And this one had a rule that nobody had used before, which he announced at the start with obvious enjoyment, because he had thought of it himself. Not scored by count, scored by weight. Every man's kill on the scales at sundown, which meant that 20 rabbits were worth nothing, and the entire hunt became a competition to find and kill the largest possible animal, which is a wonderful way to get 100 nobles killed, and which he thought was extremely funny. They released stock into the Dongshan Reserve for it, deer, boar, and then, because somebody in the Ministry of the Household wanted a promotion, 8 wolves and 2 tigers, actual tigers, a breeding pair from the southern forests that had been in a pit for 2 months. I rode out with the second party, Li Tong, Li Bo, Han Xin, and behind us at a distance of about 100 paces, on a gray horse, wearing a hunting coat and a face of perfect blandness, was Guo Liang. I had been watching him all morning, not because I expected this, because he had been very careful all morning to be seen being pleasant to me in front of others, and men do not do that for no reason. He took his shot at the top of a wooded slope at about 90 paces from behind and to my right, and it was a good shot. It was a genuinely good shot. That man could ride and shoot. 2 things happened at once, and I only did one of them on purpose. I heard the release. That was the training. That was Li Wei. That was a year of being made to name the sound of things behind me. And then my hands did something without consulting me at all, which was to put an arrow on the string, turn in the saddle, and shoot his arrow out of the air, at 90 paces, moving, on a horse. I did not aim. I have never been able to explain this properly. The system had put something in my hands and it operated by itself, the way you catch a cup you knock off a table before you know the table has been touched. My arrow took his about a third of the way down the shaft. His came apart, not neatly. It split along the grain, and the head went one way, and about 8 inches of it went the other. And the other was 180 degrees of nowhere in particular, and it happened to be into the top of Guo Liang's own shoulder. He came off the horse. There was a lot of shouting after that. Li Tong got to him first, and Li Bo went for the horse, and I sat where I was with the bow still in my hand and did the entire arithmetic in about 4 seconds. He would say the boy shot him. Of course he would. There were no witnesses to the first arrow because the first arrow no longer existed. There was a splintered shaft on a hillside with his own fletching on it, and there was a wound in his shoulder, and there was one intact arrow in the world with my mark on it. I could have gone down there and taken the pieces. I didn't. To be clear about that decision, because it was the whole rest of the year, I sat on that horse and I let Li Tong's men pick up every fragment and I let them carry him down. And I did not touch a single piece of evidence because a man who tampers has already lost, and I intended to win this in a room. Then the wolves found me. 4 of them, in the low ground, an hour before dusk. I had gone in on foot because a horse is useless in that scrub, and I wanted the boar that was in there. They did it properly. That is the thing about wolves that people who have not met them do not understand. 2 came at the front, loudly, badly, in a way that was designed to be seen, and the other 2 came from behind me through the bracken without a sound at all. I got the first 2. The third one got my arm. It took my left forearm in its mouth and closed, and I felt the bite go through the skin and hit the bone. And it hung on and shook, and there was a moment of about half a second in which I thought very clearly, this is the end of the arm. Then the bone did not break. Then the skin closed around the teeth. I do not know how else to describe it. It knitted while the animal was still holding on, and the wolf felt the change, and I felt it feel the change, and something went out of that animal that I have never seen go out of anything else. It let go and backed off 2 steps and looked at me. I killed it. I killed the 4th one too, and it took a while, and it was ugly, and I am not going to walk you through it. Then I sat down in the bracken and rolled up my sleeve and looked at my own arm in the last of the light. There was blood all over it, and under the blood there was nothing, not a mark, not a scar. I sat there for a long time, because up to that afternoon, indestructible had been a word in my head, a thing I had been told, a fact I had tested exactly once with a 70-year-old man's thrown sword in a courtyard where everybody was watching and nobody was serious. And now I knew. I'll tell you, it made me feel safe. It did not. It made me feel like a piece of equipment somebody had left lying in a field, and I sat in the dark with a dead wolf next to me and thought about the fact that I had not chosen a single one of these numbers. Then I got up, because there were 2 more of them in the next draw, and I could hear them, and I had a weight competition to win. Down in the camp, Duan Wei was already building the case, and he built it out of a sick man's mouth. Guo Liang was in a physician's tent with a shoulder wound and a fever, and he was talking, not coherently. He was saying the boy, and he was saying the arrow, and every time he surfaced, he said them again, and Duan Wei sat by that cot for 2 hours with a clerk and had every word written down. That is not fabrication. To be fair, Duan Wei did not invent 1 syllable. He simply understood that a delirious man's repetition, taken down in order, with the time of each utterance noted, looks exactly like testimony when you read it out in a hall. By the time I came back off the hill, he had 11 pages of it. He also had the physical evidence, which was better. A splintered shaft with Guo Liang's own fletching, which is precisely what a shaft looks like after a man has been shot with a whole arrow and it has broken on the bone. He had a wound in a man's back right shoulder, consistent with a shot from behind and to the left, and he had 1 intact arrow, recovered from the same hillside, marked with the sign of the 6th prince. Any magistrate in the empire would have convicted on that, and the fact that it was completely true and completely wrong at the same time is the reason I have never been able to hate Duan Wei properly. I heard about it at the picket line from Han Xin, who had heard it from a cook, and I made a decision, which was to go back into the hills instead of down to the camp. Li Tong nearly hit me. He came off his horse and got hold of the front of my coat and told me that the chancellor of the Qin was writing a murder case about me by lamplight and that I was proposing to go and look for a cat. I said yes. I said, he has a case. It is a good case. If I go down there tonight, I will be a boy denying it, with my mother in the palace and everything she has hanging on whether 90 men believe me. And I cannot break the evidence because the evidence is real. I said, so I am not going to break the evidence. I am going to break the assumption underneath it. He asked what the assumption was. I said that a boy of 5 who happens to hit a man at 90 paces got lucky. Then I went and found the tigers. It took most of the night. They had gone to ground in a gorge on the northern side with water in it, and I came into that gorge on foot in the dark with a bow I did not intend to use, and I had Li Tong behind me at 40 paces because he flatly refused to be anywhere else. The female came out first. I put an arrow in her, and I will be honest that it was not a clean shot, and it took longer than it should have, and I did not like any part of it. Then the male came out of the water on my left, and it was on me in 2 strides. I have been hit by a lot of things. Nothing has ever hit me like that. 600 caddies of animal moving at the speed of a falling wall, and it took me off my feet and put me on my back on wet stone with its whole weight on my chest. And it got its jaws on my shoulder and bit down with everything it had. Nothing happened. I want you to understand this from the tiger's point of view because I have thought about it a great deal. This is an animal whose entire existence rests on one absolutely reliable fact, which is that when it closes its mouth, the thing in its mouth stops. It bit me 4 times. Shoulder, arm, throat, and then, in what I can only call desperation, it bit my head. And on the 4th one, I got my hand free and I hit it once, in the side of the jaw, and it came off me and hit the gorge wall. Then it got up, which I respected enormously, and it came again, and I hit it again. The 3rd time it got up, it did not come. It stood there in the shallow water about 8 feet away, swaying slightly, with its ears flat, and it looked at me. I want to describe what was in that look because I am not sure I have the words. It was not fear exactly. It was the thing that happens to any creature when the rules stop applying. It was a very large animal discovering that the world contains an exception. I put my hand out. Li Tong, 40 paces back, said my name in a voice I had never heard him use. The tiger did not move. So I walked up to it, slowly, through the water, and I put my hand flat on the side of its neck, and it flinched and did not run. And then I got on it. I am aware of how that sounds. I got on the back of a live tiger in a gorge at 4 in the morning, and it took 2 steps sideways and thought about the situation. And I put my heels in. It walked. We came into the imperial hunting camp at sunrise. 3,000 people, 900 nobles, the entire court, the household troops, the servants, the cooks. And out of the mist at the northern edge came a boy of 5 on a tiger, with a dead tigress dragged behind on a rope by 2 extremely unhappy horses and 6 wolves on a second sledge. Nobody made a sound. That goes on the record. 3,000 human beings and not one noise. Somebody dropped a pot a long way off, and that was it. Qin Hao came out of his tent barefoot. He stood there in the wet grass in his sleeping robe with his hair down and watched his son ride a tiger through the middle of his camp. And I looked at his face and I understood that whatever else happened that morning, Duan Wei had lost. The weigh-in was at noon and it was a formality. They rigged a beam and a counterweight. The male tiger alone came in over 500 caddies. The female was 400 and something. The wolves took it past 1,000, and the next highest total that day was a boar and 2 deer at 340. And that was Li Tong, who had spent half the night walking behind me through a gorge, and who never mentioned it once. The tiger lay down at the edge of the field and went to sleep in front of everybody. I had it fed. It stayed for 2 years, and it never let anyone else near it, and it terrified the entire palace on a daily basis. And my mother, who had grown up in a village where a dog was a serious animal, took to feeding it herself within about a month. Then Duan Wei made his move, and he made it in front of the scales, which was clever because it was the one place I could not walk away from. He came forward, and he bowed, and he said that with the court assembled, and with great regret, a matter had arisen that could not decently wait. He read the 11 pages. He read them well. He read them flat, without any color at all, which is the correct way to read that kind of document. And when he got to the parts where a feverish man had said the boy over and over, the hall of the sky went quiet in a way I did not like at all. Then he produced the broken shaft and the intact arrow, and he laid them both on the grass. And then he said the sentence he had built the whole morning around. He said, "His Highness is a child of 5. No one accuses a child of 5 of murder. But an arrow was loosed, and it was loosed by a hand, and if that hand was guided or encouraged or instructed by another, this court must know it." He was going for Li Tong. He had been going for Li Tong the whole time. I asked the emperor for a bow. Nobody understood why. I asked for a bow and a dozen arrows, and I asked for a target at 100 paces. And there was a delay while they found a post, and I stood in the middle of the field in front of 900 nobles with my sleeves rolled. I shot the first arrow into the post. Then I shot the second arrow into the first arrow. It went in along the shaft and split it end to end and stuck in it, and there was a sound from the crowd, and I did not stop or look around. I shot the third arrow into the second. Then I turned around, and I gave the bow back, and I said one thing. I said, "The chancellor's case rests on the idea that a shot of that kind was an accident." That was all I said. I did not explain the split arrow. I did not describe what had happened on the slope. I did not say the words, "Guo Liang shot at me," because if I said them, I would have to prove them, and I could not. I let 900 people who had just watched 3 arrows go into the same hole work it out themselves. And I want to tell you that a conclusion a man reaches on his own is worth about 40 times one you hand him. The Hall of the Sky did the arithmetic in about 4 seconds. If the boy can do that, then the boy did not shoot Guo Liang by accident. And if the boy did not shoot Guo Liang by accident, then either the boy meant to, in front of 3,000 witnesses, for no reason, or something else happened on that hillside. Duan Wei stood very still with 11 pages in his hand. He knew. He knew before anybody. I watched him understand that he had spent a night building a machine, and that I had just walked around behind it and taken out one bolt. And that he could not now ask the obvious question, which was what else happened on that hillside? Because there was only one answer to it. He folded the pages. He said that in the light of His Highness's demonstration, the matter appeared to require further inquiry, and that he would withdraw it pending the recovery of Minister Zhao. Then he bowed and went back to his place, and he did not look at me at all, and I understood that we had moved to a different part of the relationship. Guo Liang recovered, slowly. He was in a room for 2 months, and he came out of it a smaller, tighter, much more dangerous man. And he never accused me of anything ever again, in public, for the rest of his life. The banquet that night was the most profitable evening of my career. Qin Hao was in an outrageous mood. He had watched his son come out of the mist on a tiger, and he had watched his chancellor fold. And the thing about that man was that he had absolutely no ability to conceal joy. He announced, in the middle of it, entirely unprompted, that he would consider parting with a portion of his interest in the distillery. 0.5% at a time. To friends. I have never seen anything like what happened next. Zhou Fang bid first, which surprised nobody, and he bid low, which surprised everybody. And I understood about 4 seconds later that he had bid low on purpose to open the floor. He was not trying to buy, he was trying to find out how many other men wanted it. 9 of them did. Feng Tuoji went over the top of him immediately, then a marquis I barely knew, then Sun Kai, who had money and who had also, I noticed, brought a slate. By the 4th bid, there was a general of the Qin standing up on a mat with a wine cup still in one hand, shouting a number at the Emperor of China, and a tiger asleep 40 feet away with its tail moving, and my mother at the end of the table with both hands over her mouth. The Emperor was magnificent. Let me give him this completely. He did not encourage anybody. He sat there and let the numbers come at him, and every so often he would look thoughtfully at his cup and say nothing, and the silence would push the next bid up by a third. At the 6th slice, Zhou Fang came back in and got it, and put his hands flat on the table, and looked like a man who had just bought a farm. At the 8th slice, Li Tong bid. I did not expect that. Li Tong had money, but Li Tong had never bought anything speculative in his life, and I said so out loud. And he turned around and said, in front of about 90 people, "My daughter told me to." There was a pause of 1 full second, and then that room came apart. The 9th and 10th went in under a minute. And then, at the 11th, an old man at the back, who had said nothing all evening, a minor official of the Ministry of Rights, with no family behind him and a robe 10 years old, stood up and bid every coin he had. He said the number, and then he said, before anybody could react, that it was all of it, and that he had a son. The room went quiet. The Emperor of Great Qin looked at him for a while. Then he sold him the slice at his number, and then, without any change of expression at all, sold Feng Tuji a 12th slice at 4 times as much, and told the hall that the price had risen because the previous transaction had been at a discount for good manners. Feng Tuji paid it. Feng Kuji paid it, grinning. By the end of the evening, the emperor had sold 12 half% slices for a great deal more than he had paid me for the entire 49. And he sat there afterward with an expression of the purest contentment I have ever seen on a human face. "I have made a profit," he said. "You've made a profit on my company." "On our company," he said. "And I did it in 1 night, and you took 3 months." He was insufferable for a week. The system gave me cement that night, and I mean that literally. It arrived while I was eating. Not concrete as an idea. The kiln temperatures, the proportions, the grinding. Limestone and clay, burned to clinker, ground with gypsum, and what you get out of the other end is a gray powder that you mix with sand and water and pour, and it becomes stone. I sat at that banquet with a bowl in my hand and did not hear one word anybody said to me for about 4 minutes. Because Great Qin built out of rammed earth and cut stone. Every wall was either dirt beaten by hand or blocks moved by men on ropes, and both of those things cost lives at a rate the histories do not bother to record. The printing press went live a fortnight later, and the 2 things landed on the court in the same session. I did the press first because it was quieter. Carved blocks, 1 page each, ink, a screw bed, and 1,200 impressions in a day off 1 block by 2 men who did not need to be able to read. Duan Wei understood it before I finished the sentence. He was the man who had unified the script. He had personally decided what a character looked like in every corner of the world, and I had just handed him the ability to make that decision permanent. And I watched him want it. He asked, quietly, what could be printed. I said anything. He said, and who decides? I said that was the interesting part, and we left it there, and both of us went away thinking about it in different directions for the next year. Then I did the cement, which was louder because I brought a piece. I had poured a block in a wooden form 4 days earlier, 2 feet by 1. I put it on the floor of Qilin Hall, and I gave Li Tong a sledgehammer. He hit it 14 times. Picture the sound of that hall. Every strike, and then nothing, and then another strike. He was not being gentle. This is a man who had personally broken gates. By the 5th blow, his forearms were shaking, and by the 8th, he had stopped saying anything. And when he stopped at 14 and set the hammer down, the block had a white mark on it about the size of a coin. He stood there and flexed his hands open and closed. "I cannot feel my arms," he said. I told them what it was made of. Stone that we burn, and mud, and river sand, and water. All of it available in every commandery of the empire, all of it worth nothing. I told them it goes into a wooden box as slurry and comes out as a wall. And then I said the number, which was that a wall that took 900 men a season would take 140 men 12 days. The Minister of Works, Feng Kuji, who was 69 and had built roads for 30 years, and who had, until that morning, been a man with an entirely settled view of the world, stood up in his place without permission and asked whether it could be poured in cold weather. That is a professional's question. That is the question you ask when you have already decided. I sold it to the throne at half my margin. Deliberately, in front of everybody, and I made a speech about the frontier walls and the road network, and every man in that hall thought I was being generous. I was not being generous. I was buying something. What I was buying was the next thing, and the next thing was steel. Zhou Yang brought me the swords. He was the northern general, Zhou Fang's brother, in from the frontier for 12 days and clearly wishing he was not. And he came to my compound with a bundle wrapped in oiled cloth and put it on a bench without any preamble at all. 3 of them. Standard issue, from a batch of 3,000 made 4 years earlier at the Yong arsenal. Test them, he said. So I took one and I bent it in my hands, slowly, the way you would test a fishing rod. And I felt where it went and where it did not. And then I set it down and took the second one and did the same, and then I told him what was wrong. I said this one has been quenched too fast at the tip, and it will break at about 10 inches under a hard block. I said the second one is soft all the way through, and it will bend and stay bent. And I said the third one is the best sword in this bundle, and the man who made the third one did not know why, because if he had known why the other 2 would be the same. Zhou Yang did not say anything for a long moment. Then he told me that in 9 years on the northern frontier, he had lost more men to broken equipment than to the Xiongnu. Not many more, but more, and he had said so in writing 4 times, and each time the reply had come back that the arsenal met the standard. He said, "What is the standard?" I said, "The standard is whatever the last batch was." And that is the entire history of ironworking in that world, in one line. There was no measurement. There was no way to say how hot. A smith knew the color, and the color he knew was the color in his own forge shed in the particular light he had worked in for 30 years. And he taught it to his son by standing next to him, and when he died, a piece of it died. I had crucible steel in my head by then. The system had put it there the day I picked up that first sword. The whole thing. Carbon and clay and temperature and time. But the thing I actually needed was not in the system, and I understood it standing in a yard with a general who had lost men to a color. I needed a way to write down how hot. That took a year, and Zhonglei, and 14 ruined kilns, and a set of clay cones with different mixes in them that soften and slump at different heats, so that a man in a shed in Yong and a man in a shed in Yanmen could put the same cone in the same fire and see the same thing bend at the same moment. It was the least impressive thing I ever built, and I think it may have been the most important. The first crucible batch came out in the autumn. Zhou Yang's own escort carried the trial swords north, and I heard nothing for 4 months, and then a letter came down the frontier post with a mark in the corner and a single line in it. None of them broke. Send everything you can make. And I asked for the technical school in the same breath, while they were still looking at the block. Not a school for gentlemen. A school in the artisan quarter, teaching numbers and drawing and metal and the properties of things, open to any boy or girl whose family would release them, 3 years, board and food provided, and at the end of it, a certificate with the imperial seal on it. The word girl caused a certain amount of trouble. I did not fight about it. I simply declined to remove it and let the session move on, because I had learned by then that in that hall, you win the big things by making them the second most controversial item on the page. They gave me the school. It opened in the spring in a converted granary in the artisan quarter with 230 students, and the first morning was a shambles. Nobody had ever enrolled a child in anything. There was no procedure in the world for it. What actually happened was that 400 families turned up at a gate at dawn with their sons, and about a third of them had brought gifts, because in that world, you did not get a place in anything without a gift, and my clerks had to stand in the gateway explaining over and over that there was nothing to pay and nothing to bring. They did not believe it. 2 men tried to leave a goat. The trouble was the girls. I had written it into the notice, and I had not made a speech about it, and 11 families had read it and taken it at face value and brought their daughters, which is the bravest thing anybody did that year. And there was a man at the gate, a respectable man, a smith with 2 sons in the queue, who objected. Loudly. At length. In front of about 400 people. And the thing that made it dangerous was that he was not being cruel. He genuinely believed he was pointing out an error, the way you would tell somebody their cart had a wheel off. Everybody turned to look at me. And let me tell you that I made a magnificent argument about the future and the dignity of labor. And I did not. I asked him what he made. He said, blades. I asked him who did the fine work on the handles. He stood there for a second, and then he said, his wife did. I said, for how long? He said, 19 years. I said, can she read a drawing? He said, no. I said, neither can you, and that is why you have been sending your work to a man in the next street to have the drawings read for you, and paying him for 19 years. He went very red. Then he went somewhere else entirely, and he turned around, and he looked back down the queue at his own 2 sons. And I watched a man do a sum in public that he had been avoiding for 2 decades. He enrolled both boys. Then he came back the next morning with a daughter of about 12, and did not say a word about it to anybody, and dared the entire street with his shoulders. 12 girls. I had said 11 earlier, and I was wrong. It was 12, and I know because I have the register. The first year taught numbers, drawing, and the properties of things. No classics, not one line. I took a certain amount of trouble over that in the court, and I lost part of the argument in the second year, and had to put the classics back in on 2 afternoons a week. And it did the students no harm at all, and I was being stubborn. The girl in the 3rd row, the smith's daughter, was called Gao Ming. She ran the Xianyang Ironworks 14 years later, and she was extremely difficult to work with, and every time I had to sit in a room with her being told that my specifications were sentimental, I thought about a queue at a gate and a man doing arithmetic. That belongs in the record. Then I blew up a hillside. The mines had been ready for 2 months. I had not shown anybody because I had wanted to be certain, and because I had understood from the first day in the Bureau of Fire that this was the thing that would change what the world was, and I wanted to be the one who chose the room. I took a dozen of them out to the low hills west of the city with the Emperor, Li Wei, Li Tong, Zhou Yang, and Feng Juji, and I made everyone stand 400 paces back, and I got a lot of complaints about that. Then I set them off. Let me describe what 400 paces looks like when it turns out to be too close. The ground moved under us. The noise arrived after the ground did, which nobody there had ever experienced, and a shower of earth and stone came down on the whole party for the better part of 10 seconds, and when it cleared, there was a section of hillside about 40 paces across that was simply a different shape than it had been. Li Wei was the first man on his feet, 70 years old, in the dirt, up before his own guards. He walked forward about 20 paces on his own and looked at the crater, and then he turned around and came back, and he asked me one question. Can it be laid in advance? Not what is it, not how does it work. Can it be laid in advance? Which is a question about a battlefield. And it told me exactly how fast that old man's mind ran. I said yes. Under a road? Under anything. He was silent for a while. Then a general with this, he said, does not need to be better than the man opposite him. He only needs to know where the man opposite him wants to walk. The emperor wanted them made in quantity, immediately, in Shenyang. I said absolutely not, and I said it hard. And this was one of about 3 times in 2 years that I raised my voice at him. I said, this goes in a village, somewhere with a wall around it and one road in the hills, 60 li out, with a garrison that lives there and does not leave. And every man on the site on a register, and the mixing sheds and the packing sheds separated by 400 paces of open ground. He asked why the 400 paces. I said because one day one of them is going to go off while men are working on it, and on that day I want the number to be 11 men and not 1100. And I want the rest of the city to hear about it in a report instead of from the sky. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he said, you have already thought about the day it goes wrong. I think about it constantly. Most men do not. Most men, I said, have never held anything that could take the roof off a capital. Realizes the village and the garrison, and the site was chosen that month, and in 20 years of operation, the worst accident it had killed 9 people, and I have never stopped counting those 9. Then, at the end of the following month, the Nanhai envoys came back to Qinhao. 3 of them had gone south 10 weeks earlier with a routine instruction to inspect the garrison and carry the seal home. They were middle-ranking men. 2 of them had families in Shenyang. What came back through the west gate was 1 cart and a driver who had not spoken for 4 days. I was not in the hall when it was opened. I heard about it. I am not going to describe it, and I would not describe it even if I had been there. And I will tell you only what mattered, which is that they had not been killed by bandits, and they had not been killed quietly, and that the whole thing had been arranged so that it would be understood as an answer. Guo Yu had closed the passes. Guo Yu had taken the seal. Guo Yu had 50,000 men in a country 900 li away behind a wall of mountains, and he had sent back a message that did not require any words. The court met at dawn. Ma Jian got up first, and I have to give him this. He did not hesitate for a second. He asked for 300,000 men. 300,000. Down a gorge road, in the wet season, through mountains, to a country where the water makes northerners sick within a month. Li Wei was in that hall, which he almost never was. He let Ma Jian finish. Then he said, without getting up, that the general had once asked for 200,000 to take Chu, and that the state had given them to him. That was all he said. The hall got very quiet, because everybody in it knew how that sentence ended, and nobody was going to say it out loud. Then Duanwei spoke, and he did the smoothest thing I have ever watched a human being do. He said that His Highness the Sixth Prince had, some months previously, and quite alone, and without any support from this court, correctly identified the danger in the south when no one else had seen it. He said the record would show that His Highness had spoken the name Guo Yu in open session before any of us knew it. He said that His Highness had, we understood, raised a private force of 3,000 men at his own expense, trained by methods of his own devising, of which the court had heard remarkable things. He said that in a matter of such delicacy, where the throne's own authority in the south was in question, it would surely be fitting for the prince who had seen it first to be entrusted with the answer. And he bowed and sat down. The entire hall turned to look at me. He had just proposed sending a 5-year-old and 3,000 men 900 li into the mountains against a rebel with 50,000. And he had done it as a compliment, and there was not one word in it I could object to without dismantling my own record in front of the court. I sat there for a second and thought, with something almost like admiration, that is the best move anybody has made against me in 2 years. Then I stood up and said I'd go. How many men? Said the emperor. 3,000. The hall did not react, which is how I knew how bad it was. If they had laughed, I would have had something to work with. They just sat there. 50,000, said the emperor. Hold the passes. I know. You are asking for 3,000. I'm not asking. I have 3,000. I'm telling you I don't need any of yours. Ma Jian stood up. In fairness to him one final time, he was not being malicious. He was a professional soldier who had personally lost 200,000 men by being wrong about numbers. And he had spent 9 years living inside that, and what he said next came out of a real place. He said this was not courage, it was arithmetic, and the arithmetic was going to kill 3,000 men who had families. He was right. He was completely right, and I did the ugly thing anyway. I said, then let's make it worth something. If I take Nanhai and bring Guo Yu back alive, the general will make a full kowtow to me in this hall, in front of the court. And if I fail, my mother's rank goes back to what it was, my holdings revert to the throne, and my name comes off the register. The room stopped, because I had just put my mother on the table, in public, and there was no version of that which was not deadly serious. Ma Jian took it. He had to. The moment I said it in front of 90 men, he had exactly one available answer. We signed it. Actual paper, actual seals, witnessed by Zhou Fang, and there is a copy of it in the archive to this day. Walking out, the emperor caught my sleeve in the corridor and asked me, in a voice I had heard him use exactly twice, whether I had any idea what I had just done. I said, I've made it impossible to come back without him. He said that was not what he meant. I know it wasn't. He meant the other thing, which was that I had stood in his court and wagered my mother's name to buy a general's humiliation, and that he was going to have to watch me either win it or lose it, and there was nothing at all he could do in either direction. He was the ruler of everything under heaven, and he had never been more useless in his life. I did that to him on purpose, and I am not proud of it. We left 12 days later. 3,000 men in black on the South Road with the name tags on their collars, and 14 carts that nobody outside the unit was permitted to open. Bai Lan came. She turned up at the assembly yard at dawn with a bag over her shoulder and a list of the field kitchen requirements, and when I told her she was not coming, she informed me that 3,000 men were about to march 900 li into a country where the water is bad, and asked me which of my captains was in charge of what those men would eat and drink. I did not have an answer to that. She rode in the third cart the whole way, and by the end of the campaign there were 2,940 men who would have gone into a wall for her. Duan Wei came to see us off, which surprised me, and stood at the roadside as the column went past. He said, mildly, that he hoped very much to be wrong. I said, what about? He said, about the water, and went back to his carriage. That man never once said a thing he did not mean on at least 2 levels, and I have never stopped admiring it. 12 days out, in Zhejiang, I collected a debt I did not know I had. There was a sergeant in my column named Liu Qiang, and you have met him. He was the boy Changhu carried out of the swamp with a bowl of it inside him. He had turned into something. That happens sometimes with the ones who nearly go. He was 18 now, and extremely quiet, and he did everything twice, and his family lived 4 li off the road, and he had not seen them in 3 years. So I gave him 2 days, and then, because I was curious, I went with him. His mother fainted. That is the actual sequence. She came out of the house, saw her son in black with a tag on his collar, and went straight down. And then she got up and hit him twice for not writing. His father would not look at me. He kept his head down the entire time, and I could not work out why until Liu Qiang took me aside and told me his father had been a convict and had come home with a mark on his face, and that a man with that mark does not look at a prince. Then a very large person came around the side of the house with a bucket. He had the mark too, right across the face, the old punishment brand, and he had made no attempt whatsoever to hide it or grow anything over it. And he looked at me the way a wall looks at you. Liu Wu, he was a cousin of some kind. He had been sentenced at 19 for something involving a corrupt granary officer and a broken arm, and he had done 4 years on the works. And he had come back and had not been able to get a day's paid labor in 3 counties. I offered him a place. He laughed at me, not politely. He said the army did not take marked men, which was true, it was in the code, and he said that the prince would find that out when he tried to file the name. And he picked up his bucket. So I filed the name that evening in front of him, on paper with my seal on it, as a soldier of the household guard of the 6th prince, and I wrote the mark down in the description column, in full, and I read it out loud. He stood there for a long time. Then he asked what I wanted him for. I said, because there are 2 kinds of men who can walk up to a wall with a bomb in their hands. And the first kind doesn't know what happens next, and the second kind has already had everything taken off him once and found out he survived it. I do not know if that was the right thing to say. It was the true thing. He came. He brought his bucket, which he would not leave, and which became a joke in the column for 900 li, and which he was still carrying when he went up the wall at Nanhai. Guo Yu laughed when he heard the number. I have this third hand from a man who was standing in his hall, so take it as you like, but everyone tells it the same way. The report came in that Shenyang had sent an army south, and he asked how many, and they told him 3,000, and he asked again, and they told him again. He laughed until he had to sit down. Then he said something that got quoted a great deal afterward, which was that the emperor must be very old. And he sent 9,000 men up to reinforce the pass anyway, because a man does not hold a country for years by being as stupid as his jokes. We reached the Lingnan border in the wet season and stopped for 4 days, and those 4 days were the most important part of the whole campaign. Every northern army that had ever gone south had been destroyed by the water, not by armies. 200,000 men had gone down there over the years, and a shocking number of them had never fought anybody at all. They drank, and then they had fever, and then they had it again, and a third of a column could be gone inside 6 weeks. I had known this since Shenyang, and I had spent 3 months on it with an old physician from the Bureau of Fire. Everything boiled. That was the first rule, and it was absolute. Not filtered, not settled, boiled. And I had the fuel carried for it, which cost me 2 carts I would rather have used for other things. The second rule was the herb. There was a bitter thing that grew in the wet valleys that the southern people chewed, and that no northern army had ever bothered to ask about, because you do not ask barbarians about medicine. I had bought 400 caddies of it in the last market town, and every man in that column drank it twice a day out of a bucket and complained about it constantly. Third was the ground. No camp in a hollow, no camp within 200 paces of standing water. Smoke fires at both ends of the lines at dusk. I lost 11 men to fever in that campaign. 11 out of 3,000 in Lingnan in the wet. Han Xin worked out what that number meant about a month later and went very quiet for an afternoon. The pass was called Hung Pu, and it was a nightmare. Wall across a gorge, gate in the middle, 10,000 men behind it, cliff on both sides, and one road coming in that was wide enough for 4 men and that you could see from the wall for 2 li. Li Wei had taught me exactly what to do with a position like that, which is to not attack it. Here was the plan, and I want to lay it out properly because it is the best thing I ever built. The road up to that gate ran for about 600 paces through a defile, and I put 14 mines under it, not in the road surface, under the bank on the western side, buried at an angle 4 feet in, so that a man walking on that road would find nothing, and a man riding down it fast would be in the wrong place at the wrong moment. Then I put 1,000 men over the mountain, not the pass, over. Han Xin found the route in 2 days, and he came back and told me it was not a route, it was a rumor, and that he wanted to do it anyway. The eastern shoulder above Hung Pu was not a mountain the way a northerner understands one. It was wet rock under 10 feet of vegetation on a slope of about 1 in 2, and it had a river gorge cut into the middle of it. And the local people crossed it twice a year, in groups, in daylight, with a guide. We did it at night, in the rain, with 1,000 men and no guide, because I would not hire one. A hired man tells somebody. That was the single hardest call I made in that campaign, and I have never been sure it was right. I went with them. Honestly, Han Xin fought me about it for an hour, and lost. And lost because I told him that a column that has been asked to do that needs to see the person who asked walking in it. Everything went on backs. There is no other way to say it. No carts, no mules, no fires, and every man carried his own rations for 4 days, plus a share of the ropes, plus one bundle from the 14 carts nobody had been permitted to open. Those bundles were the reason for the whole thing, and nobody in that column knew what was in them, and each one weighed about 60 caddies, and you cannot drop one. The first 3 hours were only bad. Then we reached the gorge. It was about 40 feet across at the narrow point with water at the bottom of it that you could hear and could not see. And Chang Hu went over it first on a line, at night, in rain, with a fisherman's absolute contempt for the situation, and got a second line across. And then a third. We put a bridge over it out of 4 cut poles and about 200 feet of rope, and it took 90 minutes, and it moved. 1,000 men crossed that in the dark, in file, one at a time, with a 60-caddy bundle on the back. I stood on the far side and counted them across. All of them. That is not leadership, it is a compulsion, and I stood in the rain at the head of that bridge for 2 hours and 40 minutes and touched every single man on the shoulder as he came off it. Liu Wu went over with his bucket. I want that recorded. He had it lashed to his pack, and it banged on the rocks the entire way, and he would not leave it, and 4 separate men offered to carry it, and he would not let them. We lost nobody in the gorge. We lost 2 men on the descent, which is the part nobody expects, because everyone braces for the climb, and nobody braces for going down a wet slope at the 8th hour with dead legs. One of them went about 40 feet and stopped against a tree with a broken arm, and we carried him the rest of the way. The other one we did not find. His name was Wen Tao, and he was from a village outside Shanyang, and he was 22, and I have his tag. 9 hours. We came off that mountain into the trees 4 li behind the wall an hour before dawn, and every man in that column lay down in the wet and did not move for a long time. And then they did not attack anything. That was the discipline. That was the whole thing I had been building for a year, and I did not know whether it would hold until that morning. 1,000 men who had just done the worst night of their lives sat in a wood, 4 li from an enemy garrison, in daylight, for 18 hours, without a fire, without a sound, and waited. I sat with them. I did not sleep. I have been in some strange places, and the strangest was that wood in the middle of the day, listening to a garrison 20 minutes walk away, going about its morning, while 1,000 men in black lay in the ferns, doing nothing at all. Chang Hu caught my eye at about noon and grinned at me and mouthed something. He was asking about lunch. And at the 3rd hour of the night, 10 men went up the wall. Liu Wu was one of them. Chang Hu was one of them. They went up the eastern face where the wall met the cliff, and where there were 2 sentries because nobody could climb it. And they got up it with iron spikes and about 400 feet of rope, and they were very quiet, and then the gate of Hengpu opened from the inside. We did not go through it. Let me be clear about this, because it is the whole trick. The gate opened, and my 3,000 men did not move, and 10,000 men behind that wall woke up to the sound of their own gate standing open in the dark with nobody in it. They did what any garrison does. They came out. They came out fast, in column, down the defile, to seize the ground in front of the gate before whatever was coming arrived. I put the mines in at about the 400th pace. I am not going to give you the sound. I will give you the arithmetic, because the arithmetic is the part that should be remembered. 14 charges under a bank, in a defile 40 feet wide, with a column of men running in it in the dark. 16,800 of the 10,000 at that gate and the 9,000 reinforcements behind them did not come back up the road. They were still coming out of the gate while the front of the column was already gone, because in the dark, in a gorge, nobody at the back knows anything at all. That is the true horror of it, and it is not a thing anybody had designed. It was just what happened. I ordered no pursuit and no shooting for 6 minutes. That is on the record, and Han Xin argued with me about it at the time. Then the archers on the flank opened up on the ones still in the road, and it finished quickly. I have thought about Hung Pu for a long time. I do not have a clean thing to say about it. I had told the emperor that this was the weapon that would change what the world was, and then I used it on men who were mostly conscripts from 3 southern commanderies who had been down there for 6 years. And the thing that made it work was not brilliance. It was that they had never in their lives had a reason to think the ground could be dangerous. Nobody had. Not one person on Earth until that night. The wall surrendered at dawn, and hunger did more of that than I did. That is the part that got left out of every version afterward. There were about 2,000 men left inside Hung Pu when the sun came up, and I sent Chang Hu in under a white flag, alone, and what he came back with was not a negotiation. It was a complaint. They had not been paid in 11 months. They had been on half rations since spring. Guo Yu had been feeding his field army and letting the garrisons live off the country, and the country was 3 villages and a river. They asked whether it was true that the northern column had rice. I gave them rice. Let me walk through this properly, because it was the argument I had with my own officers, and I nearly lost it. Han Xin said no, flatly. He said there were 2,000 armed men behind a wall we had not taken, and that sending 6 carts of food into it was arming them for another day. Chang Hu agreed with him, which never happened. And they were both correct on the military point, and I did it anyway, and here is the reasoning I gave them at the time, standing in the road at 8 in the morning with the gate still shut. I said, "What are we going to do with that wall?" Han Xin said, "Take it." I said, "No, we are going to walk through it, today, and then keep walking, for another 400 li, into a country where every single garrison post is exactly like this one. 900 li of them." I said, "Whatever we do at this gate this morning is going to be at every gate between here and Panyu before we get there, because the first thing men in a besieged place do is send a runner out the back." I said, "So we are not deciding about 2,000 men. We are deciding about the message." Then I sent the carts in, 6 of them, unescorted, driven by 4 of my own men with no weapons on them at all, through a gate that opened about a foot and then stopped, and then opened all the way. I stood in the road and watched them go in, and my hands were not steady, and I want that written down, because there is a version of this where the gate shuts behind those carts, and I have to explain 4 dead drivers to a column of 3,000. Nothing happened. They came back out empty an hour later, and then the gate opened properly, and 2,000 men came out of Hung Pu and sat down in the road. Not in formation. They came out in 1s and 2s and 11s, and they sat down in the dirt of the road in front of a pass they had been holding for 6 years, and they ate. And my 3,000 stood 40 paces off, with weapons grounded, and watched them do it. There was almost no talking. That is the thing I remember. 2,000 starving men eating in a road, and it was nearly silent. An officer of theirs came over to me eventually, a captain, about 40, with a face like a dry riverbed, and he stood in front of a 5-year-old and did not know what to do with his hands. He said they had not been paid since the previous autumn. I said I knew. He said the last dispatch north had gone a year ago and had never been answered. I said it had never arrived. And he stood there for a while, and then he said, "Then nobody in Shenyang knows we are here." I said, "No." And then I said the thing that I meant and that I have kept. I said, "I know you are here. I came 900 li, and you are going home." He put his hand over his eyes. 6 years. He had a wife in a county town outside Nanyang, and he had a son he had never met who was 6. And he had spent those 6 years holding a gorge for an empire that had lost the file. About 900 of them enlisted with me that morning, on the spot, in the road, with rice in their hands, and I have thought a great deal about whether that was honest recruiting, and I do not think it entirely was. I had them fed for 3 days before I let a single one of them pick up a weapon. That much I insisted on. Nobody who signs a thing on an empty stomach is signing anything. And every single one of those 900 went home the following year, in the rotation, with pay, and I checked the lists myself. Han Xin asked me why. He was genuinely puzzled. He said we could have taken the wall in an hour with what we had. I said, "I'm not here for the wall." I said, "There are 50,000 men in this country wearing his colors, and about 48,000 of them are farmers from Guiyang who got sent south 9 years ago and were never brought home. I do not want to fight them. I want them to find out that there is rice on the other side." He thought about that for the rest of the campaign. He brought it up again years later in a completely different context and got it slightly wrong, but that is not this story. The 20,000 arrived 4 days later, and they arrived hungry, which was the entire plan. Guo Yu had sent his second field army north the moment he heard about the pass, and they came up fast in 3 columns. And they came up on rations of about a third of what a marching man needs. I did not block the road. I moved off it. I put my whole force into a fortified village about 2 li east of the road at a place where the ground rose, and I left the road completely open. And then I did the thing that I am, if I am honest, more pleased with than anything else I did in Lingnan. I cooked. We had taken about 1,200 horses at the pass, cavalry mounts, and a lot of them were lame from the gorge, and there was no forage for them in that country. Bailan had a dozen great pots going in the courtyard of that village by mid-morning. Horse meat, stewed with salt and ginger and the southern peppers, and mine was in there too, the white salt. And there was a great deal of it, and the wind was going west. The wind was going west because I had waited 2 days for it to go west. 20,000 hungry men came up a road and walked into the smell of food. Understand what that does. Discipline is a thing you have when your body is not screaming. There is no army on earth that holds formation when it is on a third ration and the wind changes and there is meat in it. The columns bent, not broke, bent eastward, off the road toward the village, and their officers were shouting, and the shouting was not working. They came up the slope into a walled courtyard with the gates standing open and the pots steaming in the middle of it. There was 1 mine in that courtyard, and I had cut the charge down to about a 1/6, deliberately. It was set under a heap of stones in the northwest corner, 40 paces from the gate and 40 paces from any pot. It went off when the courtyard was about a third full. It hurt 6 men, and it killed nobody. What it did was make the loudest noise any of those 20,000 had ever heard, in an enclosed space, with the smoke coming up, at the exact moment when 3,000 men in black stood up on the walls above them with bows drawn. The front of that army went flat on the ground. Chang Hu, on the wall, in a voice I did not know he had, offered them dinner. 19,000 and change surrendered inside a quarter of an hour, not to soldiers, to a courtyard full of pots, and 1 bang. Their commander was a man named Cao Yong, and he did not go easily. He got up out of the crowd with about 40 of his own household men around him, and he came at the gatehouse. And he was shouting at his own army the whole way, and about 600 of them started to get back up. That was the dangerous moment of the entire campaign. That was the moment it could all have come apart. So I took out the pistol. I had not shown it to anyone, not the emperor, not Li Wei. It had been in my sleeve for a year. I shot the stone finial off the gatepost 8 feet above Cao Yong's head, and the noise went off the walls of that courtyard like the crack of the world, and stone fragments came down on his shoulders. He stopped. I shot the second one off the other post. There is no sound in that world like it. There is no sound in that world that a man can even file. A bow, you understand. A drum, you understand. This was a hand-sized object in the fist of a 5-year-old on a wall, making the noise of a mountain falling over, twice, from 400 paces of nothing at all. Cao Yang put his sword down on the stones. He went home eventually. I let him. He was a serious man, and he had done his job, and he had been on the wrong side of the only weapon in the world, and a year later he was a colonel of the Qin garrison at Guilin, which I consider one of my better returns on ammunition. While all that was happening, I had 12 men 800 li south of it, standing in a garden they had no business being in. Li Bo had asked for the job. He was 15 by then, and he had spent a year being the boy who rode the balloon, and he wanted to be something else. I sent him with 10 men and 4 charges and 1 instruction, which was, do not kill anybody. They went in past Panyu on fishing boats, and they walked into the capital of the south in the clothes of the country, and on the 4th night they put a charge against the outer wall of Guo Yu's own residence and took a hole out of it about 12 feet across. Nobody died. Nobody was in that section. It was a wall. Then they walked out through the confusion, and on the way out, and for 4 days afterward, in every market and tea shop in that city, 12 men told the same story to anybody who would listen. The story was that the Northern Army was led by a child, that he had been taught by a spirit, that he did not need to come to a wall because he could open it from where he stood, and that he had opened this one as a courtesy to show what he could do without troubling to arrive. I want to be extremely clear that I hate this. I am a man from a world with electricity, and I sent 12 soldiers to start a superstition on purpose because it was cheaper than a siege. It worked in about a fortnight. That is the part that should worry everybody. We counted what we had at the end of the second week, and the numbers had gotten silly. 3,000 men had become 25,000. 19,000 from the road, 900 from Hungpu, and then a steady trickle of 1s and 2s and 11s coming in off the tracks every single day. Southern garrison men who had heard there was food, walking in with their own spears and asking where to put them. I fed all of them. Every man. That was the entire budget of that campaign. And I will be honest that I did not do it out of goodness by that stage. I did it because a fed prisoner is a soldier, and a hungry one is a problem. And by week 3, I had a bigger army than Guo Yu did, without having fought a battle since the pass. The horse meat lasted 12 days, and then it became a joke, and then it became a thing men were sentimental about, which is one of the stranger facts about soldiers. The camp itself is the part I think about. Picture it, 25,000 men in a river valley in Lingnan in the wet season, and about 22,000 of them had been shooting at the other 3,000 2 weeks earlier. There was no stockade. That was Han Xin's decision, and I want him to have it. He came to me on the second morning and said that if we fenced them, we would have to guard them, and that guarding 20,000 men takes 4,000 men, and that we did not have 4,000 men to spare. I said, and if they run? He said, then they run, and they will run into the countryside of a province that is about to be ours, and every one of them will tell somebody what the food was like, so there was no fence. There was a mess line. One line. That is the whole story of that camp. Southern conscripts and Shenyang men and the 900 from Hengpu in one line, twice a day, in order of arrival, and any officer of mine found taking a place out of turn was put on the back of it and made to do it again. Bai Lan ran that. She had 14 pots on the first day and 40 by the end of the second week, and she had built a rotation out of the prisoners themselves inside a fortnight, because it turned out that among 20,000 Southern garrison troops, there were about 600 men who had been cooks before they were soldiers, and who had spent 9 years carrying a spear. She found them by asking. That is all she did. She went down the line and asked what men had done before, which nobody in the history of that army had ever done. By week 3, she had a bakery. I came into that courtyard one evening, and there was a man from Guiyang teaching a man from Shenyang how to steam a southern flat cake, and both of them were arguing about it. And the argument was entirely technical, and I stood in the gateway and did not go in. The trickle came in every day. That is the part nobody put in the report. 1s and 2s and 11s, walking in off the tracks at dawn with their own spears. Garrison men from posts we had never gone near. A whole picket of 6 from a river station 6 li west who arrived together in formation and reported to my sentry properly and asked to be entered on the roll. I had a table set up at the eastern gate with 2 clerks at it, and it never stood empty in 5 weeks. Name, village, years served. And that last column was the one that broke my heart, because I read those sheets every night, and the numbers in it were 6, 7, 9, and one man had 11. 11 years. He had gone south at 19 to hold a pass for the emperor of Great Qin, and nobody had ever brought him home. And the empire had lost him so completely that when the seal changed hands, he did not even find out. I wrote to Shenyang about it from that camp, not a battle report, a separate letter to the emperor personally, and it was the only time in 2 years I ever wrote to him as anything other than a subject. I said, you have men down here who have served 11 years on a 6-month posting. I said, I am going to promise them a rotation home. I said, I am going to promise it in your name, in front of 20,000 people, because it is the only thing I have to offer that they actually want. And if you do not honor it, then I will have lied to them, and I will have to live in a world where I did that. The answer came back 41 days later, which is the fastest anything had ever moved down that road. It was 4 words long, and it was in his own hand, which I knew because I had seen that hand on 50,000 coins of card debt. Bring them home. All. Pan Yu came at the end of the month. It was a real city. Wall, ditch, towers, and Guo Yu inside it with about 18,000 men who had not deserted, which meant they were the hardcore, and they were going to be difficult. Han Xin wanted to storm it. He had a plan, and it was a good plan, and it would have cost me 2,000 men. I said no, and I built a machine instead, We had no siege train. There had not been one on that road, and there was no time to make one properly. What we had was a great deal of timber, 600 men who could work wood, and a very simple idea, which is that a mine does not need to be under anything. It only needs to arrive. The engine was crude, and it took 4 days, and it nearly killed a dozen people. A single beam, 40 feet, out of one southern hardwood that 600 men brought down out of a valley and dragged 3 li. An A-frame of doubled timbers, a counterweight box at the short end that we filled with river rock, and a sling on the long arm made of oxhide, with a release pin I redesigned twice. The first day was arguing, not with the enemy, with Zheng Lei's foreman, who I had brought south for exactly this, and who told me on the first morning that the beam would fail at the pivot. He was right. It failed at the pivot. On the second afternoon, on a test throw with a rock in the sling, and the whole arm came off the frame and went about 40 feet sideways through a stand of tents that a dozen men had been standing in 90 seconds earlier. I had ordered them out 90 seconds earlier because the foreman had told me the pivot was wrong, and I had believed him and had still let the test go ahead. I want to sit in that for a second, because it is the closest I came to killing my own men in that campaign. He came and found me afterward, and I thought he had come to say he had told me so. He had not. He had come to tell me how to fix it, which was to double the pivot bearing with a second block and to iron band the whole assembly. And he had already sent for the smiths, and he said all of this in about 20 seconds, and then went back to work. I gave that man a share of the mill when we got home. He tried to refuse it. The third day we banded it and rebuilt it, and it held. On the fourth day we tested it with a bundle of the correct weight, filled with earth, from the correct distance, twice. And it threw about 300 paces in a direction you could describe generally. That is not a figure of speech. It was not accurate. If you had put a man in the field and asked me to hit him, I could not have done it in 10 attempts. That did not matter, because I was not aiming at a person. I was aiming at a city. Let me be straight about the arithmetic I did the night before, because I have never told anybody all of it. I had 3 options at Panyu. Storm it, which Han Xin wanted, and which would have cost me 2,000 men and about 6,000 of theirs, and would have put 25,000 soldiers loose inside a city of 140,000 people. And I have read enough history to know exactly what that is. Sit down in front of it, which was the correct professional answer, and which would have taken 4 months, in the wet, with fever coming. Or take a piece of the wall off in front of everybody and give them an hour. The third one was the only one where the city came out of it whole, and it was also the one that required me to throw 80 caddies of the most dangerous thing on earth at a wall with 140,000 people behind it, using a machine that could not aim. I picked the section myself, the northern face on the riverside, where the wall came down to a warehouse district that had been empty for a fortnight because Guo Yu had pulled everyone back inside the inner line. Empty. I sent 3 separate people to confirm it was empty, and the third one was Liu Wu, who went in over the wall at night and walked the whole quarter and came back and told me there was nobody in it but 2 dogs. I still did not sleep. We threw the first bundle at dawn on the 4th day, and it hit the wall about 12 feet below the parapet, and a section of Panyu's northern wall about 30 feet wide came off the front of the city and went into the ditch. We threw the second one at the same place. I did not throw a third one for a full hour. That was deliberate. I wanted the hour. Because there were 140,000 people inside that city, and every one of them had spent the night hearing about a boy who could open walls without arriving, and now the wall was open. And there was an hour of complete silence in which they could all think about it. Their general was a man named Xie Kang, and he was gone before noon. Out of the southern gate with 400 cavalry and his household, and he did not stop, and I did not chase him. I have never been able to decide whether that was mercy or laziness. He turned up in Shanyang in irons a year later anyway, sent north by a magistrate in a place he thought was safe, and he was extremely surprised about it. Panyu did not fall to me. That is the honest truth, and I have said it every time anybody has asked. The city rose. 2 hours after Xie Kang went out the south gate, the eastern quarter came up, and I mean the actual people of it, with tools. Then the market quarter. There were men on the parapet pulling down Guo Yu's banner while my column was still 400 paces out in the open ground doing nothing at all. I had assumed I was liberating a conquered province. I was not. That country had been Qin for 9 years, and in those 9 years, Guo Yu's administration had gone from a garrison to a private arrangement. And the people who lived there had been paying twice, once to the empire on paper, and once to him in fact. We walked in through a hole in a wall past people who were cheering, and I sat on a horse in the middle of it, feeling like a fraud. The palace took about 20 minutes. Hao Sheng got him. I want to give the whole thing to Hao Sheng because it belongs to him. He went in the front with about 40 men, and he went through 3 rooms of household guard, and he came out of the 4th one with the governor of Nanhai over his shoulder like a rolled rug, and he set him down in the courtyard in front of me and stood there, breathing hard, with his cleaver in one hand. He said, "Is this him?" I said it was. Hao Sheng looked at him for a second. Then he said, "He is quite small," in a tone of enormous disappointment, and that is the single funniest thing anybody said in that entire campaign. I put Guo Yu in a cart and took him through the city. I want to describe this carefully because it is the ugliest thing I did in the South, and I did it deliberately. I did not have him harmed. He was not touched by any man of mine. He sat in an open cart with his hands tied, and we went down the main road of Panyu at a walk, and it took an hour and a half. Those people came out, all of them, and they threw whatever they had, mud mostly, vegetables, roof tiles from the market stalls, which I had to stop because a tile will kill a man. The noise was not a chant. It was much worse than a chant. It was the noise 140,000 individual people make when each one of them separately has something they have been carrying for 9 years. He did not cry out. I will say that for him. He sat in the cart with mud in his hair and looked straight ahead. Han Xin asked me afterward whether it had been necessary. I said no. I said it was not necessary at all, that I could have taken him out through the back and put him in a covered wagon and had him in Shanyang 2 days sooner. I said, but in 20 years, somebody else is going to be sitting in the governor's chair in this city, 900 li from the capital, thinking about what a man might get away with down here. I said, and everyone in this province is going to tell him about the cart. He did not like that answer. He was right not to. I did not like it either. The accounting took 4 days, and the number came out at 258,000 gold. That was Guo Yu's treasury, his warehouses, and about 9 years of the revenue of 3 commanderies that had never gone north. I sent every coin of it home under escort with an inventory in triplicate, and I did not take a tenth. And the reason is that I had wagered my mother's rank in open court, and I intended the carts to arrive before the report did. The lychees were Hao Sheng's fault. He came to me on the 9th day, holding something red in both hands, with an expression of religious crisis. He had bought them off a boy in the market with his own money, and he had eaten about 4 caddies of them standing in the street, and he had then, to his considerable credit, thought of somebody other than himself, which for Hao Sheng was a personal record. I ate one. They do not exist in the north. There is no version of that fruit that survives the journey. They go over in 3 days, and by day 4 you have a bag of brown mud, which is why in every other version of history the emperors of China spent absurd amounts of money on relay riders killing horses to get a basket to the capital. So I canned them. Clay jars, glazed, wide mouths. Peeled fruit packed in syrup boiled off the local cane. Then the lid on with a wet clay seal, and the whole jar back into a boiling bath for a good long time, and then out and cooled without opening it. That is the entire technique. Heat what is inside, seal it hot, do not let anything in afterward. My officers bet against me. It started as a joke, and then Chang Hu put money on it, and then Li Bo put money on it. And by the end of the afternoon, there was a book being run on whether the prince's jars would still be good at the new year, and I was the only man in that camp taking the yes. I took bets from 411 soldiers. I want that number in the record. Han Xin abstained. Han Xin looked at the jars for a while, and then looked at me, and then declined to bet. And that is the most Han Xin thing that ever happened. Meanwhile, in Xianyang, the court read my report and had to sit down. I had sent it in the flattest language I could manage, because I have found that the flatter you write a thing like that, the louder it goes off. 3,000 men marched. 25,000 men returned to the standard. Hung Pu taken in one night. Field army of 20,000 surrendered without a general engagement. Pan Yu entered. Governor in custody. 258,000 gold on the road behind this letter. Losses, 11, all to fever. They read that last line 3 times. Zhou Fang made the clerk read it 3 times, out loud, and then took the paper off him and read it himself. Ma Jian, I am told, did not move at all. And in the middle of that session, with terrible timing, the third prince presented a memorial he had been working on for 4 months, which was a redesign of the cavalry cuirass. It was not a bad piece of work. I read it later. Liu Jun had actually gone down to the arsenal and talked to people, and there were 2 genuinely sound ideas in it. Nobody heard a word of it. He read the whole thing to a hall full of men who were passing my letter down the rows behind his back, and he knew it, and he kept reading anyway, all the way to the end, which took a kind of courage I have never given him credit for out loud. He folded it up and sat down, and that, I think, was the day it stopped being politics for him. We came back north in the spring, and Shenyang came out to the gate, the whole city. Not the court, the city, out on the road for 2 li with the whole of the west quarter on the walls. And I rode in at the head of a column of black tunics with name tags on the collars, and I was 5.5 years old, and I had a tiger's hide over my saddle, and I'll tell you that I was not thinking anything at all clever. I was thinking about how loud it was. Qin Hao met us in the open, not in the hall. He came out through the gate on foot and stood in the road. I got down off the horse about 20 paces short and walked the rest, because there was no version of that moment in which I stayed on a horse. He did not say anything for a second. Then he put his hand on the top of my head, which he had never done, and left it there for a while. Then he said, in a voice that carried, 11 men. I said yes. 11, he said again, out of 3,000, in Lingnan. And then, because he was who he was, he ruined it completely by adding, and 258,000 gold, which I have counted. The awards took 2 hours. 5,000 gold to be distributed by name across the Flying Eagle, which I insisted be read out by name, all 3,000 of them. And it took most of the afternoon, and half the court wanted to die, and I did not care. Han Xin got a colonelcy. Chang Hu got one too. Liu Wu, the man with the brand on his face, was made a captain of the household guard of the 6th prince by imperial decree, in writing, in front of the assembled nobility of Great Qin. And he stood there while it was read out with his jaw set so hard I thought he was going to break something. His father had come up from Zhejiang for it. I had sent for him. He was in the 3rd row of the public stand, and he was not looking at the ground. Then Ma Jian came forward. I had not asked. I want that understood. 11 months had gone by, and I had a triumph and a treasury, and I could have let it go. And there is a version of me that lets it go. He came out into the middle of the court on his own, and knelt down and made the full kowtow, forehead to the floor, 3 times, to a child of 5, in front of every man whose opinion he had ever cared about. Nobody made a sound. And when he got up, I did the only thing I could think of, which was to bow back. Properly. All the way down, the way you bow to a general. I said, the general asked for 300,000 men because he did not want to lose 3,000. I took 3,000, and I lost 11. And the difference between those 2 numbers is not courage. It is that I had a weapon he did not know existed. I said, I would rather have a court where a man stands up and says the arithmetic is wrong than a court where nobody does. It cost me nothing to say, and it bought me Ma Jian for the rest of his life. And I am aware of how that sounds, and it was also true. We had the banquet that night, and I put beef in the hot pot, a great deal of it, on the perfectly reasonable grounds that we had recently acquired several thousand head of southern cattle by conquest. Halfway through it, I sent for the jars. 411 men had bet against me. The jars had been in a cart for 7 weeks in the heat, and then 12 days on the North Road, and then 2 days in a store shed, and I had not opened one. I broke the clay seal in front of the Emperor of China and about 200 people. I should describe the smell that came out of that jar. In a room in Shenyang, in the spring, a year and 900 li from where the fruit had grown. Hao Sheng made a noise. The emperor ate one and stopped and looked at it, and then asked me, very quietly, what else could go in a jar? I said, everything. I said fish and pork and peaches and the winter vegetables of the north sent to the southern garrisons and the summer fruit of the south sent to the northern ones. And I said an army that carries this does not have to stop for the harvest. He put his cup down. I have watched that man understand a great many things. That is the only time I ever saw him look frightened by one. I collected 411 bets, and I gave every coin of it straight back to the field kitchen fund, which meant the men I had just fleeced were eating it inside a month, and Chang Hu worked that out about a week later and came and shouted at me about it in a corridor. And I kept one jar. I took it to Mei Lin's palace the next morning and opened it in her sitting room, and she asked me what it was. And I said it was a fruit that grows 900 li south of here and goes bad in 3 days, and that no one who lives north of the river has ever eaten one. She said that could not be true, because there was one in her hand. Then she ate it, and she was quiet for a while, and then she cried, which I had not expected, and which had nothing to do with the fruit. She had lived 23 years in a village with 11 houses. She had a palace, and a seal, and a rank, and a tiger in the yard that she fed personally, and her son had gone away to a war and come back. I sat with her for the rest of the morning, and did not go to court, and the court could survive it. The emperor ate the rest of that jar, all of it. He came by in the afternoon on some transparent pretext and worked his way through the entire thing while pretending to discuss the southern administration. And when he got to the bottom, he tipped it up and drank the syrup. The ruler of everything under heaven, drinking syrup out of a jar with both hands. I did not say anything. Some things you just let happen. I opened the newspaper office 6 weeks after I got home, and I did it because of a thing that had been bothering me since the hunt. I had beaten Duan Wei in a field with 3 arrows. I had beaten him in front of 900 people, and it had worked completely. And about a month later, I heard a version of the Dongshan story from a fruit seller in the East Market that had me shooting a minister in a jealous rage over a stag. 900 witnesses. 1 month. And the story that reached the street was the wrong one, because the street does not have witnesses. The street has a man who heard it from his cousin. The court had the record. The court had the archive and the memorials and the clerks. And none of that was worth a single coin outside the palace wall, because nobody out there could read it, and nobody was going to hand it to them. So I built a machine that printed the same 11,000 words in every quarter of the city on the same morning. I hired for it by riddle, notice on the gate, positions available, all comers, no requirement of birth. And below it, a question, and the question was not about the classics. It was about a man with a boat and a goat and a wolf and a cabbage, and it had nothing whatsoever to do with journalism, and everything to do with finding out who could hold 4 things in their head at once and put them in order. 240 people tried it in 12 days. 14 got it. One of the 14 stood in the courtyard afterward and told me the puzzle was badly written. He was about 26. He had a beautiful face and an extremely cheap robe and a manner of enormous, oily, entirely conscious charm. And he explained to me at some length that my riddle had an unstated assumption in it, and that a properly constructed version would have specified whether the boat could be left unattended on the far bank. He was right. His name was Lu Wen, and he had a reputation in his home county that I will summarize as everybody agreed he was brilliant and nobody would lend him money. I made him editor-in-chief on the spot. Sun Gang, who was standing next to me, said quietly that this was a mistake. I said probably. Lu Wen ran that paper for a year, and it was the best money I ever spent, and he did in fact steal from the petty cash in his 3rd week, and I docked it and never mentioned it again, and he never did it a second time, which tells you exactly what kind of man he was. Not honest. Efficient. The first issue was free. 11,000 copies, given away, in every quarter, by boys I paid by the 100. I lost money on every single sheet, and I would have lost 4 times as much and called it cheap. There were 4 things in it. A grain price table for 11 markets, which was the reason people kept it. A notice of the amended writ statute, printed in full, in plain language, so that any man in the city who could find somebody to read to him would know exactly what a county officer was and was not allowed to add to a debt. A serial story, adventure, a monkey, a great many demons, entirely stolen from a book that would not be written for 1600 years. And I want to apologize for it, and I am not going to. And a timeline of the imperial hunt at Dongshan. Not an accusation, to be precise, because this was the whole design and Lu Wen and I fought about it for 2 days. He wanted to accuse. He had it drafted. It was magnificent, and it would have been a disaster. What we printed instead was a list of facts with the hour attached to each one, and every fact in it was one that hundreds of people had seen with their own eyes. The hour the hunt began, the positions of the parties, the hour Minister Zhao was carried down, the hour the accusation was laid before the court, the 3 arrows in the post at 100 paces, witnessed by the assembled nobility, the withdrawal of the accusation pending recovery. That was all. No conclusion. Not one adjective. 400,000 people drew the conclusion themselves inside about 2 days, and they drew it much harder than they would have if I had drawn it for them. I went out on the first morning to watch it land, and I want to tell you about that because it was not what I expected at all. I had pictured people reading. Almost nobody in that city could read. I knew that. I had known it the whole time I was building the thing, and I had somehow failed to think about what it actually meant on a street at dawn. What happened was this. A boy handed a sheet to a man at a noodle stall in the East Market. The man looked at it, turned it over, and then held it up and said to the stall in general, "Can anyone do this?" And a carter 3 tables down said he could do some. He could do some. He got about 6 characters in 10, and he guessed at the rest, and he read out the grain prices for 11 markets in a loud, flat voice with his finger on the line, and the entire stall went quiet. And then a woman at the back said the price of millet was wrong. He read it again. She said it was not wrong on the sheet, it was wrong in the market. She said the man on the north side had been charging her 4 coins more than that all month. There was a pause of about 2 seconds, and then that entire noodle stall started talking at once. I stood across the road with Lu Wen and watched it. And Lu Wen, who was a professional cynic and had been one since he was about 10, said, in a completely different voice than he normally used, "Oh." That was it. That was the whole sound he made. By the 9th hour, there were readers. Not appointed, nobody organized it. There was a man on a box outside a wine shop in the West Quarter with a crowd of about 60 doing all 11,000 words. And he was doing the voices, and when he got to the monkey, he was doing the monkey. There was a woman in the South Quarter, a letter writer by trade, who set up in her own doorway and read it out 4 separate times to 4 separate groups because people kept arriving. And there was an old man in the artisan quarter sitting on the step of a smithy, reading the amended writ statute out loud, slowly, in full, twice, to about 30 people who were not talking at all. That is the one I have kept. Because the grain prices were useful, and the monkey was popular, and the writ statute was the reason I built the thing, and I had assumed that part would be the part nobody wanted. 30 people stood in a street and listened to a man read a piece of legislation twice. They were not entertained. They were doing sums, and every one of those sums was about a county officer they had already met. I went back to the compound and told Lu Wen to put a summary of one statute in every issue forever, and he argued that it was dull, and I said yes, and he put it in for 20 years. Guo Liang, unfortunately for everybody, did not sit still. He was well by then. He had been well for months, and he had spent those months in a house getting smaller and tighter, and now his name was in 11,000 copies of a thing being read out loud in every tea shop in the city. He went to Duan Wei. I know roughly what Duan Wei told him because I know what Guo Liang did next, and it had a professional's fingerprints on it. The problem with the timeline was the 90 paces. Nobody in the city believed a man could be hit at 90 paces by accident, and everybody in the city had now been told that the prince could put 3 arrows in one hole at 100. So the fix was to move the distance. Guo Liang put up a public statement, pasted on walls at his own expense in the same quarter where my paper went out. He said that the 6th prince had ridden up to him on the slope at Dongshan and shot him from a distance of 10 paces, deliberately in front of no witnesses, and that the court had been intimidated into silence. It was a good lie. It solved the marksmanship problem completely. It had exactly one flaw, which is that on that morning, on that slope, at that hour, I had been on the opposite ridge in plain view of about 140 men, because the imperial hunt is not a private activity, and the whole point of it is that everybody watches everybody. The first letter came into the newspaper office within a day, then a dozen more. Then a man came in person, a huntsman of the Meng household, and gave a statement and put his mark on it. Lu Wen printed 28 of them, names, households, positions on the field. He did not add a single word of comment, and he did not need to. And then it got away from me. That is the honest account, and I have never given a different one. I built a machine to put facts in front of 400,000 people, and I did not think for one single hour about what 400,000 people do with a fact. A crowd came together on the east side in the afternoon. Not organized. There was no leader. It was market day. By the time it reached Guo Liang's mansion, it was about 1,000 people. They took the gate down. They went through that house, and they took it apart, and the household guard put up a fight for about 4 minutes and then stopped, because there is no number of household guards that is the right number for 1,000 people. Duan Wei was inside. So was He Run. They had come to manage the situation, which is the single blackest joke in this entire story. They got out through a side court, and they got out badly. Duan Wei, chancellor of the Qin, 62 years old, went over a garden wall with his robe torn and took a blow on the shoulder from a man with a carrying pole who had no idea who he was hitting. Nobody was killed. I have checked this many times, in the records and out of them, and nobody was killed at that house. That is the only part of this I am glad about. Guo Liang was carried out by his own people and taken to a physician's house on the west side, and he was alive when he got there, and at some point in the night, his heart stopped. He was 51. I found out at dawn. Han Xin told me. I was in the courtyard of the compound, and I had just come down, and somebody had brought tea. And he told me, and I stood there holding a cup for a while. I want to put down exactly what I felt, because I have heard this part of the story told about 6 different ways, and every one of them is wrong. I did not feel triumphant. That man shot at me from behind at 90 paces on a hillside, and then let a chancellor build a murder case on it that would have taken my mother's name off a register. He earned every single thing that came to him, and I would do the timeline again tomorrow. And I killed him with a piece of paper from a courtyard without being anywhere near it, and he was 51. And there was 1,000 people in his house because I had printed 28 letters. I put the cup down and did not drink it. Han Xin asked me if I was all right, and I said I was fine. And that was the first outright lie I told him. Duan Wei came into court the next morning with his arm strapped, and he tried to turn it into a rebellion. He was hurt, and he was furious, and it was, I think, the only genuinely unprofessional thing I ever saw him do. He stood up, and he said that a mob had assaulted the residence of a minister of state, that the chancellor of the empire had been struck in the street, and that this was not disorder but insurrection, and that the men who printed the sheet were as responsible as the hands that held the polls. He asked for the newspaper office to be closed and its staff arrested, and Xin Hao listened to the entire thing without moving, and then asked one question. He asked what the mob had been angry about. Duan Wei said that the mob had been inflamed by a seditious publication. The emperor said, I asked what they were angry about. There was a silence in Qilin Hall that I would not have traded for a province, because there was no answer. The answer was a public statement posted by Minister Zhao at his own expense, which 28 witnesses had shown to be false concerning an attempt on the life of an imperial prince. And Duan Wei could not say that sentence in that room. He stood there. Then the emperor said in a completely level voice that he agreed there had been lawlessness in the eastern quarter, and that the Marquis of Tongwu would take a detachment to the Zhao residence and suppress it. Li Tong went that afternoon with 400 men. There was nothing there to suppress. Everybody knew what he was there for. He sealed the property, inventoried the household, and impounded 10 years of Guo Liang's private correspondence, and it was that correspondence, not the mob, that finished the faction, because there were letters in it going back 4 years, and a good number of them were to people who had spent the morning looking sympathetic. 14 men left office that month. None of them were executed. Every one of them retired, at full stipend, with rank kept, under a system I had written a year earlier for entirely different reasons. I did not enjoy that as much as I expected to either. The paper went to 3 coins a copy on the 9th issue and sold out by noon. That is the part nobody predicted, including me. I had assumed I would have to give it away for a year, but by then 40,000 people had gotten used to knowing the price of grain in 11 markets, and the serial had reached the bit where the monkey fights the demon king, and Lu Wen, who I will remind you had been in the trade for less than 3 months, ended issue 9 one line into a fight. There were men queuing at that gate at dawn for a story about a monkey. The emperor sent Han Chung down twice on the first morning to make sure a copy was reserved, and then, on the 3rd occasion, gave up and had it written into the household schedule as an item. I sold advertisements in the 11th issue. That was Lu Wen's idea, and it was worth every coin I ever paid him. The distillery took the back sheet. Within a month, the paper was making more money from 4 inches of space than from the copies, and I understood that I had accidentally built something that was going to outlive absolutely everything else I did. Somewhere in there, I paid a debt. Sun Gang had capped my couplet in the gateway of a mill a year earlier, and I had said I would owe him. I had not forgotten it. He had certainly not forgotten it. So I gave him the answer at a dinner in front of Lu Wen and Han Xin and about a dozen other people. And it was a bad answer, and I knew it was a bad answer, and I said so. And then I gave him the mill. Not the management, the mill. 11% of it deeded in his name with the paper drawn by Li Hua's own clerk because I wanted it done properly. And I said that this was the actual payment and the couplet was a joke, and he was welcome to keep both. He looked at the deed for a while. Then he said, "You did not have to do that." I said, "I know, that's the point of it. He worked for me for another 8 years, and he was offered a great deal more by a great many people, and he never once left. And I have always believed it was that piece of paper and not the 11%. I also, around that time, took over what the emperor ate in the mornings, because his physician had come to me privately, which is not a thing physicians do. The man was drinking on an empty stomach and eating one enormous meal at the 11th hour of the day, and then sitting down to memorials. And he had begun getting up in the night, so I built him a breakfast: ground soybeans, boiled and strained, sweet or salt as you like, fried dough sticks, soft curd with ginger syrup. It cost about 4 coins to make, and I served it to him for the first time at dawn without asking. And he complained about it for 12 consecutive days, and then began to get annoyed when it was late. And I wrote him a manual, not medicine, a sequence of slow movements to do standing up, in the morning, in a courtyard, for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. I made it up out of a half-remembered thing from another life, and I illustrated it with figures, and I had it printed, 1 copy, bound, and I gave it to him, and told him it came from my master. He asked, "Which master?" I said, "The one who told me about the fish." He did it every morning for the rest of his life. I would go past the eastern courtyard at dawn on my way to the mill, and there would be Qin Hao, alone, in a plain robe, moving very slowly through a set of forms invented by a boy who was lying to him. And I would not stop, and I would not say anything. The Drunken Immortal opened at the end of that month, and the Cui family came to smash it. It was a shop, that is all it was. A room on the main road with the jars behind the counter and 6 cups on it, and the whole idea was 1 coin. 1 coin for a taste. Not a cup, a taste. And you could stand at that counter and try all 3 for 3 coins, and that was the entire marketing plan. Nobody in Great Qin had ever tasted before buying. You bought a jar, or you did not buy a jar. The queue was 200 paces long on the 2nd day, and on the 3rd day, He Zuen came down the road with 30 men. His father had beaten him in a courtyard over the salt. He had lost the family's brewing trade, which had supplied the palace for 4 generations, to a shop selling 3-coin tastes, and he was 20, and he had run out of ideas. They came in with staves. They got about as far as the counter. I was not there. I want to be clear. I had nothing to do with what happened, and I did not organize one bit of it. Hao Sheng was not there. There was nobody in that shop of mine but 2 clerks and a boy. What was there was about 140 customers. They put those 30 men on the road outside in under 2 minutes. Not for me. Not out of loyalty to the 6th prince. Because there was a queue, and the queue had been there since dawn, and a man in that queue had walked in from a village to try a thing he had heard about in the paper, and 30 men with sticks had just threatened the jars. I have thought about that a great deal since. You cannot buy that. There is no amount of money that purchases 140 strangers standing up for your property. The only thing that does it is being, for a while, the thing they are looking forward to. He Zuen was carried home for the 2nd time in a year, and his father did not beat him this time, which I think was worse. We caught the spy the same week. He had been in my counting house for 4 months, a clerk, quiet, good hand. Sun Gang found him by an inventory discrepancy of 40 sheets of paper, and then let him run for a fortnight to see where he went, which is a thing I would not have thought of. He went to the Kui household, twice, and then to a 3rd place that I am going to come back to. I did not have him executed. I had him paid off and released with a letter of character, which everybody in that compound thought was insane, and which meant that for the following 2 years, every person the Kui family ever sent me arrived expecting to be bought. And that is roughly where the first part of this ends, in a compound on the west side of Shanyang, with the grain price of 11 markets going out at dawn, and a tiger asleep in my mother's courtyard, and a girl of 9 who owned 11% of a paper mill and had opinions about Clause 4. The village was 500 li away and had 11 houses in it. There was a well there that tasted like a coin. My mother had a seal now and a palace and a rank, and the man who had left her in that village got up every morning in a plain robe and moved slowly through a set of forms in a courtyard because a boy who was lying to him had told him to. 51 men had gone into the ground or out of office between me and that outcome, and I could give you a reason for every single one, and one of them still stopped my hand on a teacup at dawn. Then two things happened on the same afternoon. The first was the system, which had been quiet for a while, and which announced, in its usual tone of a man reading a grocery list, that I had 3 days to find somebody called Mei Feng. 3 days. In an empire of 20 million people. No location, no description, no reason, and a penalty for failure that I had learned not to test. The second was that Hao Sheng came in from the shop and told me there had been 3 men at the Drunken Immortal that morning who had asked a lot of questions. Not about the wine, about me. Where the boy lived, where he went, which days he was at the mill and which days at the palace, and whether it was true he had gone south with 3,000 men. I asked what they looked like. He said an old man with a white beard who did the talking, a tall one in his 40s who did not, and a young one who had stood by the door the whole time and had not spoken at all and had been looking at the room the way a man looks at ground. He said they had southern accents. Old Chu. He said the young one had hands like a stonemason and had been carrying nothing, and that Hao Sheng, who had been a butcher for 6 years and had good instincts about hands, had not liked him at all. I asked whether they had bought anything. Hao Sheng said no. He said they had stood at the counter for a long while, and then the old one had asked the boy behind it to write the name of the shop down for him. Not the wine, the name, and they had taken the paper with them. I sat in that courtyard for a while with the sun going down. Somewhere north of me, the paper mill was running the night shift. Somewhere east of me, an emperor was eating soft curd with ginger syrup and complaining about it. For 1.5 years, I had been the one holding the list. And now, 300 paces down the main road of my own city, somebody I had never met had written my name on a piece of paper I made and put it in his sleeve and walked away with it.